Hello, hello. How are we doing this fine afternoon or evening or morning, depending where you are? Hello, hello, hello. How are we, folks? Hope everyone's doing good. Who could have suspected this? Back again, boys. Back again. I was thinking about this all night long. I'm like, man, I can't wait to get back into playing. I'm so excited. We need to see what happens. We gotta. I'm so excited. The story's getting very, very intense. We are on towards the end of episode 4. Things are getting spicy in here. Things are getting spicy. Don't remember. Oh, yes. The starting line of this case. Edgeworth. I don't care for the horrid atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. Oh. We teleported! That was crazy. March 22nd. Well, Wright, what are you going to do? If you plan on changing your strategy...
No! We can't do that.
That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. Oh. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Right. Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I didn't truly understand what a prosecutor was. And that is why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in a court of law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. Here we go. And now, Wright, it's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What is this lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer, and you must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer, but to fight for someone who is clearly a killer, not on guard, ugh, that man is really, ugh. It doesn't matter who. Every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial? Why is that such a hard word? What the hell? Isn't that the basis of our judicial? Oh my God! Isn't that the basis of our I'm actually gonna lose it. What the heck? Judicial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial? Judicial system. I don't know. I can't say it. I can't say that word for some reason. Judicial. Why is that such a hard word? What the hell? Proper defense, but what exactly is that? Is it where a lawyer forcibly and blindly gets an acquittal through shouting and trickery? I Ironic that you, of all people, should say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Just a bit. Well, that may be true, but that's because I've believed my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. If I ever get on guard and acquittal, that isn't a proper defense at all. Oh. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering and in pain. Oh. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do. Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say?
That's...
You are the defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. Oh. Oops. Oh, man. Yes, we just did this. Why fight? People like you and Franziska von Karma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Franziska. She fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same as you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Ooh. Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you're mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as a perfect record were meaningless.
What? That's crazy.
I don't believe you. Are you saying that is why you left the prosecutor's office? Hello. But then why? Why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you will see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. Ugh. But if you can't, then you'll be powerless to change the ending of this story. Ooh. Oh.
But Mr. Nick, the transceiver.
I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager you can obtain an acquittal tomorrow? My. What is the matter, Mr. Attorney? I don't sense your usual anger this time. Tell me, please, why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. On Guard's sake? Why are you doing this for that cold-blooded killer? Right. Hold on. Maybe you shouldn't yell about that. Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin is just as much a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason as to why I am doing what I am. Yeah, ooh, the parallels. The parallels are so good. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion falls upon my clients for my handiwork. That is what is called client relations, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We were unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to do to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney, and to ensure that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before, however. you did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Oh my gosh. He's already told us this. Why just now are we getting rid of the question marks? He's already told us he was the killer. It should have been obvious who he clearly was. Please keep in mind you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya, it would be my duty as an assassin to see to it she receives a nice, long nap.
Oh no!
Now then, if you'll excuse me, if someone were to trace the signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Oh! The kitty meowed. There was a kitty. The killer is a cat girl! Oh my god.
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
I don't know what to say. The killer's so nice. He's gonna give Maya a nice place to nap. He's gonna make her a little bed and some blankies. Edgeworth. Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission? It's a kitty cat. Huh? Oh, that? It sounded like a cat.
A cat?
It can't be that cat, can it?
What is it?
I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Crazy to hold her hostage in Matt Onguard's house. That's actually insane. Edgeworth, have all police units head for Onguard Mansion immediately. Alright. You hurry over as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun.
Yeah.
Let's go. Yes, they do say that Shelly the Killer is a cat girl. Oh, look at the little bear. Maya!
Please answer us, Mystic Maya!
We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. The butler. All this time, he was the killer. He and Onguard were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. Sorry, Pearl, but I'm afraid despite you being 8 years old, we're going to war.
Oh, it's a figurine of a bear. But there are a lot of cuts in it for some reason.
Figurine added to the court record. A wooden bear-shaped figurine is covered in many thin cuts. A bear? Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Kurita? Why would something like this be here? Right. Look down. There's a little pet door installed here.
Oh, I'm sure that's for Shu.
Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking doors down by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Hey. Break that door. Wow, the door is perfectly intact again. Ugh, there's no one here. From the looks of this room, I would say this is Onguard's private lounge. Look at this, Wright. An antenna for sending and receiving radio signals and a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, it would be an important piece of evidence. Pearl can probably lie about her age too, with Mia taking her over now and again. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed recorded on it. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty. There's no tape to be found.
No.
But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we're looking for and escaped with it. Damn. We've searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. It looks like he slipped out of our grasp this time. Now, we've lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. We've already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of this district. Leave the rest to us. Oh, Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impax. With love, Celeste.
Miss Impax? You mean?
Yeah, Mr. Karita's former manager.
Why would a picture of Miss Impax be here in Mr. On-Guard's mansion?
Why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Found at On-Guard Mansion with love, Celeste is written on it.
Ah!
What's wrong, Pearls?
Please let me see that picture frame.
Huh? What's so special about the frame?
On the back! There's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya! She left us a message.
What?
I thought you'd come. I knew you would.
It's been so long since we've seen Maya's sprite. Oh, I miss Maya.
Now listen up. You better get On Guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever. I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I want to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Pearly, you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for the helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll talk to you guys later.
When I'm dead and possessing Pearl.
That's oh, Mystic Maya.
Oh.
Right.
Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house, and this is the last room. Looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm gonna get. But I'm still short one last thing. And what is that? Oh yeah, I forgot she had a little psyche lock. Miss Andrews' psyche lock. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I stand a chance in court tomorrow to blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's go, Pearls. Time to open that last lock. Oh, poor Pearls. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews, I've come to remove your psyche lock. I've come to remove your psyche lock. What the hell are you talking about? Psyche lock? Are you okay? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. Gladly. Take a look into this Magatama! Bam! Why frame him? Break her heart! Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. On Guard for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, it's not like... No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. On Guard. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know you said something earlier. You said revenge. So you were saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt, and that's why? What an absurd idea. I don't have anything I want to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by being dependent on other people. There is something or someone in her past that would make her take revenge. Oh, 100% Celeste. 100%. Has anything happened? Maya's dead. No. No. We found out that the killer was keeping Maya in On Guard's mansion because we heard the cat over the transceiver. But we went there, and they were already gone. They already bailed. And she left a note saying that we need to get a guilty verdict for Matt, and she won't like us if we get a not guilty verdict. That's about all that's happened. Celeste? There is only one catalyst that could cause such strong feelings and even revenge, and that is Miss Impax's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does all this have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him. Yet. But for you to hate Mr. On Guard, it would mean that he must have had some relation to Miss Impax and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relation between Celeste and Matt? Well, we just found a note, not a note, a photo that says "with love" on it in his mansion, so I think they had some kind of relationship. This is a photo of Miss Impax, correct? She looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impax's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, that's alright. It was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. On Guard's mansion. And after all this time, my last remaining secret has been revealed. Aww. Aww. Unlock successful.
We broke your psyche lock, ma'am.
Celeste, she was supposed to get married to Juan. Yeah, but I heard that it didn't work out.
Because Mr. Karita didn't want to get married to her anymore, right?
Yes. Because of Matt. Dang, Matt, what'd you do? I'm kind of mad because this could have been figured out way before I did figure it out.
But because of Mr. On Guard? What do you mean?
I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. So that's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. The effects I have on women are not intended.
They were a couple, weren't they?
It wasn't anything as splendid as that. Celeste was being used, toyed with until she was thrown away. Aww.
That's so horrible.
Matt's entire image is built around how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that is where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than when she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match that they were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. Guys, he is not me. And that's why I framed Matt. It was revenge for Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened.
But then why did Mr. Karita have to call off the wedding? I don't understand at all.
Yeah. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. That's so based of you, Miss Andrews. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth on Juan. He was aiming for when it would hurt Juan the most.
Poor Miss Impax.
That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's various misdeeds and so that she would never again be hurt by Matt, she chose to die. Then when Juan discovered her body, he hid her note.
But why would he do that?
I've got you in my trap. This Matt is a womanizer, and I'm hopelessly obsessed with Mimi to like a depressing level. It's simple. Oh, Mimi. Juan realized that note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge? There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it all from Juan. It was so I could find out about all of this that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was only natural that I thought the murderer was Matt. Those two are always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide note. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went public. Low-key, Juan was cooking because, like, that would have been the perfect revenge for Celeste. True. I was gonna burn it. I'd even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was gonna bring to them my own kind of cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters, so when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. Ugh. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all this, are you still gonna help that man? I'm a lawyer. It's my job. I see. What a foul profession. Ooh. Thank you very much for your time and for talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyway. I can't sleep either. Not with Maya's situation or with what I know now. He didn't feel anything either because it was like 4 millimeters. Yeah, she didn't do a very good job stabbing him. How did I get into this mess? Sorry, I'm still not getting over how shallow the knife was. That's far enough! You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What is happening? Oh my god, not the judge again! Not this again! Did I restart the game? Did I? I cannot allow you to go on like this. Did I? Did I? You are no longer worthy of your title. Did I? We'll see in a sec. Oh, okay. You had me worried. I didn't... What? I've had this dream before. Someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today I'll stand in court as a lawyer. You had me so panicked. I'm like, did I? To prove a killer innocent. Like, I thought I was just saving. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court Defendant Lobby number 3. What is going on? He was dreaming. He was me-me-meing. Hello? This is Phoenix Wright. You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? Oh. Yeah, can you just walk into court like that, please? I'm sure everyone would be like, wow, this guy's so innocent. Look at his fangs and his scars and his scary look and his glass. Remember, it's not just me.
Your precious friend's life is riding on today's verdict, too.
I mean, if you were to restart, tell me when you get to chapter 2, 3, maybe, please. Yeah. Let's just go back. Let's just go do that case again. He looks so trustworthy. Yeah, look at him. Innocent man right there.
Now listen up. You better get on guard a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creepy slime bag and not guilty, I'll never forgive you, ever.
He's so raw. Maya. Phoenix. Oh, Mia. But Mia. Yeah, can we just make this a Mimi stream? Let's just go back. Let's just talk to Mimi. Mia. Maya. How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know?
She hasn't tried to channel me since yesterday.
Mia, what am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times are when you have to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here anyway. Not here, not anywhere. Oh. Ugh. Is that a cursed on card again? Will you leave me alone? Look, don't call me anymore. I mean it. No. Oh, Gumshoe. You're really mean, pal. Gumshoe. I'm really sorry. Where are you? Hey, let me join the investigation team and we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead? Sorry, but right now we got 0 leads on the guy. But we're not gonna give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial's over, until the verdict is handed down, we're gonna do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then you can get on God the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. Oh, it's true. Could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make the trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If what Mr. Edgeworth is everything you got, then you two can draw it out. His name is The Killer, so I think he's Albanian. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're gonna give it all we've got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Gumshoe is legit my favorite character, I think. He's so lovely. He's so lovely.
Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance.
Yeah! We're gonna defeat them with the power of friendship. Go at each other with all they have in public. Oh my god. In public? Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe will come through, I know it. March 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court courtroom. They said it now. Court is now in session for the trial of Matt on guard. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being, what exactly was Miss Adrian Andrews' role in this murder? That is to say, is she really connected to the crime itself? Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court of today's proceedings. Adrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Mr. On Guard, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing a nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions are those from which she cannot escape. So you're saying she is guilty after all? I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell? This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes. Juan Carrita was killed by a professional assassin. And the person who hired the assassin, his client, so to speak, is Matt on guard. What a surprising turn of events. I would think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on this time, so I know that everything Edward has said is true. But we still have to hold out as long as we can. Zooey mama. At least, until Maya's safe and sound. Wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defendant's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. If I was making this game, I would give the judge a popcorn animation with 3D glasses. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what is your relation to the defendant? Well, that's... I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him in a way. Yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. It's depressing. You're making everyone depressed. Oh, sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a nothing sort of guy. Oh my god. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yeah. I didn't know that. But you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went to Mr. OnGuard's room. Read the room, dude. Okay, sure. Visit to Matt's room. After the awards ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in the nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. Why do you watch them? That's weird. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that the person Matt on guard was speaking with was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can't you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find out more, we're just gonna have to charge in head first, right? Yeah. I see where this is going. It's good. And that wasn't a bellboy he was talking to. Why was he watching them though? That's weird. You saw the two of them? The bellboy and the defendant together, correct? Yep. The bellboy just wanted to say congrats. Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, well, he gave the bellboy a tip. How's that weird? A tip? But that's a perfectly normal thing to do. So, how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. I was making such a racket in her hyper state, I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone for very long. At first, what do you mean by that? I don't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because Matt, he gave the bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about the tip-giving incident itself? Yeah, that's it. You really know your job. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. Okay. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I was trying to figure out how much it was because the tip really shocked me. How much it was? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I was like, man, he's ugly. I'm afraid I don't follow it all. Sounds like Mr. Powers was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. The tip, I guess? The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much? Would you please clarify for the court? About how much would you say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash? It was all ones. It was maybe like $20. Oh, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very flat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. There's nothing I can really object to here. I mean, who can argue that a fat roll of money isn't really odd? So supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Payment? Isn't it obvious? For the murder of Mr. Juan Carita. Then the bellboy the witness saw. Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now. Mr. Edgeworth, put your horses back in the stable. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card Shelley DeKiller left at the scene of the crime. Shelley DeKiller? He is the person the police's special investigations team has been chasing for ages. I am certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley DeKiller. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head, and I think I just figured something out. Oh? Actually, I saw that bellboy later on that night. What? Mr. Powers, please testify. Tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. The second time. This time, I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when that bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I say room, I mean Juan Carita's room. Okay. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin, I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done, there's still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. DeKiller. Then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain and make us laugh. This is no laughing matter. Phoenix, Maya's gonna die. Stupid idiot. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was so out of place about him? Right. Why the insipid grin? Maybe because I have no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next. Well, the bellboy was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But he wasn't pushing a cart and he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree that it is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? Let's go. There is nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But there really, really is. There really, really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness's previous statement be supplemented with this new one. Ugh, Edgeworth. You're gonna do whatever you can to make the bellboy look suspicious. I see. Very well, this court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Anything you say, Edgeworth. We'll do anything you want. Mr. Powers, if you could amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange for a bellboy to come out of a guest's room empty-handed. What if he was bringing him something, like, you know, a drink, you know? Mr. Powers? Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been the killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and judging people on their looks, Mr. Powers. That's crazy. So, a baseball has stitches. Okay, Phoenix. Are you saying all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Oh, well, there's also, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. Here is a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Kurita's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would look at what is on top of the table in the lower right corner here, boom, tomato juice. Anyone can clearly see that it is a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. Phoenix used his worst metaphor ever, asked to leave. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Kurita's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. But that would mean that the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Unless it was before the murder. But can you prove that Mr. Kurita was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes. I blame you for leading me down this route. I am terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness, isn't there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed, or should I say, empty-handed. I recall you had something interesting to say about his hands. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Okay, and? Gloves? Yeah, pitch black leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Maybe it was just his style. Okay. Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ugh. Boy, does this make the bellboy look really suspicious. I gotta focus. I can't get lax here. First one to admit gets 5 pounds. So what if he had gloves? A lot of bellboys wear gloves. Oh, come on, Mr. Wright. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? So, a football is made of leather. Are you saying all footballs are suspicious because they're made of leather? Yeah. What's up with him and always thinking about balls? But to that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. Phoenix loves balls, confirmed. And then he was seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think that even someone like myself can believe he was just another bellboy. Ugh. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. I'm so intrigued. Okay. Their second meeting. After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and then back to my seat. What did he give him? So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, next went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kinda saw that by accident. Some accident. I'd say he saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to high heaven. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Yeah. What did he give him? I said hold it. Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate and give us a few more details. Okay. I should probably ask him only one question at a time. What did he give him? Yeah. He gave something to this person? Yeah. And what was this something? If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you really can't remember, Mr. Powers? I think it was something kind of small. This is an incredibly crucial piece of information. Please try to remember what it was. We'll try. In the meantime, let's talk of another point, namely what the bellboy did next. Oh, so after he gave the person inside the room the thing... okay, let's ask about who was in the room. I'm assuming he's just gonna say it was Matt. But, we're trying to hold out for Maya. I said hold... yeah. Okay, who was inside? So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. Okay. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the crime scene, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item of some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received the item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that. Mr. Edgeworth, is all this really that important? Of course, Your Honor. I think this is of the utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what it was the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was... no... If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but I think it was some sort of wooden statue. Do we have a wooden statue? Yes, we do have a wooden statue. My PC won't load Twitch. No. remained. What was the point of that pregnant pause? Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad is gonna happen once I show this. Oh, Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers, the something you saw, was it this item? Oh, hey, that's it. That's the something. Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out. I recall we found this at Guard's mansion. Isn't that mega suspicious? At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Corrida in his room, and then he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Oh, then the bear being found at Mr. Onguard's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. They're getting more bold with their quotes. They're just saying stuff. Mr. Matt Onguard is the killer's client. Order, order, order. I said order. Mr. Wright, this is a most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have later on. Even if you hadn't shown it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would've. I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it is clear that there is no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we've overlooked. Your Honor, a minute, please. Yes, Mr. Wright. There are still a few points left that we have not yet fully explored. Rip, Maya. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? Powers as testimony, the person who received the bear itself. The bear itself? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found at Mr. Onguard's mansion. However, Mr. Onguard was arrested at the hotel that night. Which means that since the murder occurred, he has not had a chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It is not possible that it was Mr. Onguard who took this bear to this mansion. Why, that's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, for the defendant to have taken this bear home. It's a disaster. Oh. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remember it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Onguard's mansion. We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler. All this time he was the killer. The killer and Onguard were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Onguard Mansion as its butler. What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Onguard Mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Onguard had him do so. I assume because it would have been bad had the police found it during the investigation. Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Isn't there anything I can attack at all? I have to try. I have to find something else. What will you do now, Mr. Wright? Do you plan to... I plan to expose a clearly shaky place in Mr. Powers' testimony. What? Holy balls, is that the Terminator? What? There's still another one? There is indeed, Your Honor. And it's quite a questionable point. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. All right, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? The person who received the bear? I guess? There was one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear. And that is the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of— Ah! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're gonna scream like that, then at least give us a good reason why. Oh, yeah. Sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm, but the arm, it was the Nickel Samurai's arm, I swear it. You've gotta be kidding. Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. You just remembered, huh? How convenient. Order, order! Looks like you've dug your own grave, yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took in this little bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as we all know, Matt on guard is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defense, we've made that all the clearer. I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassin in his room. Everything has become very clear. Why was he watching all of this? He's so creepy. The client who hired the assassin to commit the murder was Mr. Matt on guard. I see no reason for this trial to continue, therefore I will now hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor, for your understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out this way. After all, what Edward has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? No, I'm not gonna hear the verdict. Maya will die. I will now announce my There is only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have left is this one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. Reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at On Guard Mansion. However, everybody get naked. It's possible this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible a different person is the killer's real client. The real client? Yes. Just, is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say is the killer's real client and therefore the real murderer? Miles Edgeworth. Adrian Andrews, because she was also in the Nickel Samurai outfit. Adrian Andrews? Yes, we already know that she tried to frame Matt on guard for the crime. By wearing a spare Nickel Samurai costume. Oh, then the Nickel Samurai's arm that I saw, that could have very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. On Guard? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. I honestly think you should have picked on Edgeworth for a laugh. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figure at Mr. On Guard's mansion, it was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there is no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. It was the judge. What is with this trial? Come on, anyone can tell On Guard did it. I can't believe the defense would go so far as to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable. It's not something petty, it's murder of all things. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this is one fight I can't give up on. Order! 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 All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor. For the benefit of the defense, I'm willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. It was Maya. She hired the assassin and asked him to kidnap her when things got bad. That'd be a crazy twist. Mr. Wright, even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to On Guard right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? That's actually what happened. I played this game. That's crazy. Absolutely. And I'm sure that once the court knows its significance, the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon a witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I see. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. District Court Defendant Laboratory. Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Don't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you tried to pin the guilt onto Adrian. Recess, yay! Ugh, I swear this demon will pay.
Mr. Nick?
Pearls? Where's Mia?
I don't know. A really strong power suddenly called her away.
A really strong power? Uh-oh. The killer's just like, yo, Phoenix. So the girl I'm holding captive, she just grew like an extra foot?
Oh, it's Mr. Nick. Your phone is.
It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yeah, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. What about you? Anything yet? Why does Wright refer to pearls as a plural? Every time he looks at her, he just sees like 7 of them. He's like, ah, the pearls, they're everywhere. Have you found out where the killer and Maya are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would be really helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent! Huh? A tent? I can see a circus tent! Oh, it's Mia. Mia! It looks like Maya was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away? She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe, is there a circus in town right now? Only one, pal. The Very Big Circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a sec, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map. About a 300-foot radius on the main tent. Hurry. And I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but it was a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. Small window, got that? It felt like it was an old office building, maybe the 3rd floor or so. I heard an old office building. Good stuff, pal. Okay, just hang in there. Just a little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later. So don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's being starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. Looks like we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. Just have to make this trial last a little longer. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to his client. From this, one obvious question arises. Why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. I can't wait to break more of her glasses. She smiles just after revealing that Maya's being starved. My sister, she's starving. Smile. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and obstruction of justice. However, you've been called to the witness stand today to ascertain, glasses count of 5 right now, who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrews? Of course I have. You've seen it before? She put it in Matt's house. That's right. It's only natural that the witness has. Miss Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secrets? Alright. Sure. Why does she... Alright, it's chill. The bear figurine. Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. At its center is a small cavity, just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You can't really tell that it's a small jewelry box just by looking at it. So this figurine, it's a container of sorts, is it? Yes. Looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? Yes, this is superb craftsmanship. Oh yes, I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to that bear after all. The bear figurine. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they would never guess that this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is this exactly? So you can take it apart? And how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, this is most interesting. The judge just playing with it. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead, carry on. I think he's lost it. So what did you find after you take the puzzle apart? How do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir from when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear, so I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let's continue your testimony. So, who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the 2 of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt that there are many people with this same bear in this country. But this looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at what's inside. Well, it's a toy, but it can never be the same again once it's been broken. Who else knows that this bear is actually a small container or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the 2 of us knew. The 2 of you, huh? Then of course that means Mr. On Guard didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think even you have come to realize that there is one very important fact we have uncovered, and that is, the bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what is inside this box? Oh, what's inside? That's right. That's what we're going to find out next, witness. Yes? You are the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzle and takes the bear apart. I've opened it. What's gonna be inside? Is this what you wanted? What is that? It looks like a note. I don't think we need to guess at what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? Oh, I see. It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Carita's former manager, Celestin Pax. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts, but just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan Carita himself. It seems Celestin Pax had very beautiful handwriting, and she just as beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Oh, snapsy, she snapped on them. Order! Witness, did you know about this? Yes, I did. I heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it had already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What is written on the note? That's right. At least, that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it is only appropriate the contents of this note being made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And I was gonna burn it for her sake. I am deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note aloud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clear through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celestin Pax left to us a record of all that had happened to her, about being used and then thrown away by On Guard, about being engaged to Carita and On Guard's role in destroying that, and about how she decided, in her despair, to end it all. Aww. The judge gets the honors. And that's all that Miss Pax had to say. There is one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. On Guard. Then what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Matt On Guard values, above all else, his refreshing like a spring breeze image, which is why he had to stop this note from being made public. At any cost. Found inside the figurine, it tells of On Guard's horrible misdeeds. It's On Guard's fault that she killed herself. And this time he went so far as to kill someone to stop him from appealing her? How terrible! What a selfish person! I guess there are slimeball lawyers out there who will defend these creeps too. There is no room for doubt here. Mr. De Killer's client's goal was to obtain this suicide note. The only person who needed this note that badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that the bear that with the note inside was found at the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Ugh, how am I supposed to escape from this one? You know, the people in the crowd look very similar to each other in the crowd of past cases. Yeah. Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there are two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of this situation through one of those? The gavel is already in the judge's hand, Phoenix. Hurry! The suicide note or the figurine? Which one of these should I pursue? The note, sure! Objection! Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer.
He's still going at it? It's like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook.
I think Your Honor believes that Matt On Guard killed in order to obtain this note. But yes, that is correct.
But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there is a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Kurita until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Matt on guard could not have known what was written on this note. They also have no idea how the defense works. Oh, I didn't think of it that way. Like, this is his job, homie. Exactly, but I did think of it that way, and I thought it was rather strange. No one in their right mind would kill for a note without first knowing what it said. Order, order, order. You make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? It was just a flash, but I think I did rather well in this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself, and also in love with me for some reason. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. Oh, what is that? It is a very small video camera, Your Honor. And Phoenix has no idea how being there when it all happened and also being the literal cause of it. This type of camera is commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession. Matt on guard and the victim both thought of the other as their biggest rival. They went so far as to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Kurita, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Matt on guard. Order! Order! Mr. Wright. Yeah, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities. Well, sort of. Sort of is not an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you are confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was in the stuffed bear's eye. Ooh. But this camera that I have is not the same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch, using this gumshoe bug sweeper. Woke up today, couldn't decide whether to slay or to gay, decided to fay. That's good, that's a good one. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Matt on guard's fingerprints were on there? Well, Phoenix, looks like those cameras were hidden all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say to that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. On Guard learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. You got me good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey, now what's that lawyer thinking?
Mommy, is that man the bad killer guy? Shh, stop, don't look at him.
Wait, sweating is just so nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're gonna do next yet? What I'm gonna do next? Is running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edgeworth was very close to putting the lid on this case, but in his eagerness to prove his point, he forgot one very important thing. Why are they hating? It's his job. Well, what is it, Mia? There is a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate? I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Just tell me what to do, Mia. I have no idea. Alright, I think this time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? Of course I do. What is this piece of evidence that Mia is talking about? Can I figure out what it is that needs to be looked at, or should I let it go? Yeah, obviously. I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I've ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Oh, hey! Your Honor, the defense has no intention of letting this go so easily. Of course I do, my judge. I am the protagonist. You are beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. The note! I don't know. My attorney's badge! That is Miss Impax's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, the suicide note was found inside this bear, but this bear was in my possession until a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide note is yet to be analyzed. Oh! So, as to whether this pivotal piece of evidence was really written by Miss Impax or not, that is yet to even be remotely confirmed. Literally has nothing to do with this case. It does not matter. But okay. Mr. Wright, you can't seriously be— Mr. Wright, you saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin this murder on Mr. OnGuard. Who's to say you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into this bear? Okay, I get where he's going now. How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There is no evidence linking this witness to the suicide note whatsoever. Wait, he's actually a genius. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have made it. Didn't see where he was going with this, but he has me hooked. He's got me hooked. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could have solved the puzzle is the witness herself. Ah! No, her glasses! Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt on guard. That's 6. I did no such thing. Right. If you're gonna pronounce this suicide note a fake, then show this court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof lies with you, the prosecution. So you prove it's real. Ugh. Take that. That's enough. Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on this suicide note? It is as the defense has stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that's the case, it seems that yet again we have reached a point where a verdict is impossible. Cook that, husband Phoenix. Impossible. That's impossible. This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is gonna carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Mile will physically be able to make it another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request that both the prosecution and defense further investigate.
Handwriting analysis, my bud. That's just a lawyer trying to buy more time. On guard is guilty. Look, any idiot can tell you that.
I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 Oh. What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Hello, Gumshoe? What is with him, and what's with that sigh? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? Yeah, he got away. What? I'm sorry, pal, I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. Wish there was some way to make it up to you, I really do. Anyway, what's going on? Found his hideout, pal, but the 2 of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm gonna keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. Just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! 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 Yikey! 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 Yeah. Guilty! Do you hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. For us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. No, Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. The thing is, that guy is doomed his whole career because Shirley accused of being accused of murder alone is going to damage his image 100%. I'm about to end today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! Just checks his phone. That's funny. Mr. Edgeworth? Please, you gotta buy us some more time. Court is in session. Okay, thanks. Thanks, Miles. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? But being accused of murder and then being found not guilty will put him on a pedestal of heroism for the rest of his career. Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I am reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend proceedings until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. Oh! 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 Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth? Oh, what is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can perform the necessary tests on this piece of evidence in that time. Ah! My microphone! My microphone just fell. That was so scary. But can you really obtain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for today and then reconvene tomorrow? 13 minutes. Please, Your Honor. That's all I am asking for. Please, Your Honor. Very well. Does that happen once per stream or something? It's the ghost pushed over my microphone. So scary. At the prosecution's request, this court will now take a 30-minute recess. But be advised that I will not allow another recess today. Not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. Damn it, Juan, get off cat. Right? Well, what's going on with the Maya's situation? The killer, looks like he got away again. 30 minutes? You can't find her in that time. Oh. Report! Ah, is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time, just spit it out. Right, looks like we just missed them, sir. But the killer left a few things behind by accident in his rush to get away. A few things? Can you use any of them as evidence? Oh, I thought you'd ask, pal. I've got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. You don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. When those guys went looking, I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not a detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I've got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. My hunk of a junk car. I'd say I'd be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright, just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission and no one can stop me now, sir. No one. I'm pulling out all the stops and running every red light. Okay, well. Items left by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. One piece? Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We've gotta hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he wasn't driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get to those items before they do, the police will take possession of them.
Oh, we can't let that happen.
Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we stand a chance. Way to find out where he is. Why, oh why did Gumshoe have to get into an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at the moment? Oh my god, there is! There is a way. Oh my gosh, that's right, there is a way. What? How? I'm sure we can find out Detective Gumshoe is. Where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Somebody said that she's got a tracker on him. Why are you bringing up Franziska at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. The chances are slim, but she's all we have. No way. Franziska, will she even want to help us? Edgeworth, what is it? I don't have any right to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty, but what I'm doing now is pinning the guilt on someone totally innocent and using that evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry useless tears, whether you did your job well or not. That can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict? Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. Wright discovers he has to do his job. There's a phone call for you, sir. They said it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what it is you must do. Oh, we're nearing the end. We're nearing the end. Court will now reconvene. I assume both sides are ready? Yes, Your Honor. Oh, uh-oh. Yes, Your Honor. Uh-oh. I can understand the defense acting like this. However, why do you also seem distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Uh-oh, a plot twist? Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Miss Impax's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that this suicide note is a forgery. What? Oh, what do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This note was not written by Miss Impax herself. It is a fake. Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what is going on? If this was not written by Miss Impax, then who wrote it? We need more time to do a more detailed analysis. However, it appears that the handwriting matches that of the victim, Mr. Juan Carita. Ooh. Mr. Carita? Well, it's like Miss Impax never left a suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about On Guard. Oh, he's scum. He's scum. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. On Guard could not have known that, and so that fact remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. This theory that On Guard had no idea that the suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Yeah, because he had this spy camera, didn't he? He would have known that it was fake. The defense believes that the theory the prosecution has stated contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. On Guard to not have known it was a fake. What is this little item called again? These guys are so scummy. Oh my god, they're so bad. A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera. Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Ongard knew of the existence of this note, because he was spying on the victim, isn't that right? If that were true, then this means Mr. Ongard would have known that the victim had forged the note. Dragging out this trial has actually uncovered some unexpected details. Yeah. Ugh. So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake. And if that's true, then the situation has suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory as to what Mr. Ongard's motive for murder was, it has suddenly disappeared in the thin air. But, Your Honor, it's not as if Mr. Ongard monitored Mr. Corrida 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Ongard didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery at an unknown place? Ugh. Order, order, order! Mr. Edgeworth, looks like this time it is you who has dug his own grave. Ugh. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured. Came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you are not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. Plot twist, Matt didn't do it and acted like that for funsies. That'd be the craziest plot ever. He's like, no, it was actually Miss Andrews, yeah. I wanted to pretend to be evil for a little bit. Just for the funs. Just for the fun of it. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what next? What next? If the prosecution can't prove Mr. Ongard's motive through the evidence, then we must prove it from another angle. He was practicing for his next role, of course. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. Sure. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual? Well, what sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? It's a parrot, Your Honor. We're bringing a parrot back. This witness is one who is perfectly fit to answer once and for all the question of... Come on, Lada. Who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the... No such person exists who can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer. Oh, Mr. the Killer. Wait! Shelley the Killer? You mean... The killer, or I mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here, to the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yeah? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense says, no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if it really is alright to do this. Very well then. The prosecution calls its witness to the stand. Edgeworth, is there no other way left to us? Now then, witness. Your name and, occupation, please. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I am a professional assassin. I say, what is going on here? Your Honor. How can you remain so calm? And what is the meaning of this two-way radio? Yeah, okay, this doesn't work at all. Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no, this will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. But first of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some sort of proof that you are, in fact, Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice, Mr. Wright. Can you confirm anything from this? Judge made a good decision. No way. What? Genius. The defense has no objections to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Oh, it looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. I'm dead, foaming at the mouth. Well, it doesn't seem like we have too many choices under these circumstances, so... Now then, witness, there's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? And what would that be? At the request of a client, you killed Mr. Juan Carita. Is this correct? It is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Carita. Ooh. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. But this is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he gonna say? There is something I must first state. To an assassin, there is nothing more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give you the name of my client. Okay. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I'd say he almost seems to be mocking us. Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. The Killer, it was Phoenix Wright. That'd be crazy. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He is no hypocrite. He has always stood by this one belief. You mean about this trust between his clients and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collected, Phoenix. Okay. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that is why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients has ever been accused of murder. I must preserve the Killer name so my clients can trust me. But couldn't someone stab you in the back and break your trust? It has never happened before, but if it ever did, yeah, that person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would certainly... That's enough, please no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyway. Ooh. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted out of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but would you care to die? Oh my god. No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. Oh. The trust between you and your client? I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients... Okay, I reread this. Oops. I'm sorry, but I was just wondering about something you just said. Oh, never mind. You said that your client had already broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And that's why you feel you can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned role. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think, really. In that case, I believe I'm prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value trust over all else. I believe we are ready. Excellent. What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness, what is the name of your client who requested the murder of Mr. Juan Carita? That person's name is... Adrian Andrews. Oh no. What? Witness? That's not who you told me it was earlier. I don't believe it. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I would know my own client, and it is Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone, earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. DeKiller just stabbed Mr. Edworth in the back. Stabbed Edworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with this court, Mr. DeKiller told him a different name. Matt On Guard, perhaps. Knew it. This is outrageous. I was deceived. The witness is telling a very serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. You, Shelley DeKiller. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Matt On Guard. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help procure his acquittal. Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive and has instead provided this suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there is a possibility the defendant himself knew it was a fake. But most definitive of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. DeKiller's client who requested the murder was not the defendant at all. No. With all this evidence, it is obvious to me that this means that Mr. Matt On Guard is innocent. Oh. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Oh no. Bailiff, please bring Miss Adrian Andrews in immediately. But now, with the way this is going, On Guard will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edworth is right. The killer is lying. And On Guard, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with this can I live with myself if I win this? I absolutely 100% refuse to believe it. Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelley DeKiller is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me! Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been a fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it was all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me, it was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. DeKiller himself has testified. He has named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there is quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and button donning the nickel samurai costume. That's... You even have a motive. We know that Miss Celeste Impacts was a large part of your life. He ain't touched no Bibles, ain't no promises to tell the whole truth, only the truth and nothing but the truth remain. So true. We know that Miss Celeste Impacts was a large part of your life. You wanted to follow her, and you wanted revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reasons to want them both dead. No, Mr. Wright. You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please help me. Yeah, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor. I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defense for any final words or opinions. I have to decide. Do I take the not guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? Oh. We gotta keep going. Phoenix. I can't do it, Maya. I can't accept the not guilty. You are a lawyer. I know. But Matt on guard is a killer, a murderer. Still time to save Maya by buying time. Yep. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I'm no better than On Guard. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the fact that it is because of Edgeworth that I now know the real truth. He could have gotten On Guard convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust? I never thought about it until now. I trust him? Aww. Yes, you do. Aww. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we be allowed to further question Mr. the Killer. I love him. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But the witness has cleared your client through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through a witness's lies and find the truth, that is my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, passionately, a miracle will occur. No, it does not. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please re-establish connection with Mr. DeKiller. That is not your job. It's really not, but he's so honorable. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About? All you needed from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That is, how things are usually done. What is he talking about usually done? But what shall we have him testify about now? Mr. DeKiller, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? He's so honorable he can't let an innocent person go to jail. He always fights for what's right. As I have stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Carrita was dead. But even more appalling is the creation and planting of the knife and button. The act is what I was referring to when I said my client had broken the rules. This is a most unexpected turn of events for the, 5th time now? However, this time, everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edward? We still have the cross-examination to do. Oh, but you don't need a question testimony like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Your Honor, I'm gonna question the witness. Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? It literally makes no sense. What this witness has said is nothing but beneficial to the defense's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose the lies in that oh-so-beneficial testimony, I suppose. Edgeworth's objection sounds like the kitchen gun dude. Oh my god, you're so right, it does. I don't understand what's going on anymore. That makes two of us. No, she didn't know that he was dead. It's like I've taken on Adrian Andrews as my defendant. She did not. Why would she place down the wine glass for him if she knew he was dead? Thank you so much for taking the time to testify, Mr. The Killer. What is the meaning of that attitude? When Adrian Andrews entered the victim's room, your client had no idea that Juan Carita had been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. The Killer's supposed client thought Mr. Carita had only fainted. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. Hello. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That is not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would never have left their fingerprints behind. Oh, I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I had the exact same thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? Isn't it a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyway, correct? I'm afraid you are mistaken. If Adrian Andrews really is your client as you claim, then your client should have not had knowledge of Mr. Carita's death. If not, then that can only mean that Adrian Andrews was never your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Sorry. Oh, well, that was awfully weak objection for the two of you. Anyway, I am positive that there was a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now I have to buy us more time. While we wait for the items the killer left behind to get here, I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies with those items. Request taking. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request for my services on the night of the awards ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. This is what occurred. I trust my memory and I believe I have made no mistakes. So you physically met your client, That is correct. Meeting one's client is the first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I love how the knob kind of just looks like his eye. Yeah, it is pretty cool. We met up, huh? So you physically met Adrian Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? Was that a brief pause? Witness, I would like for you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between the client and myself above all else. And the only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, was that testimony just now of any importance? Yeah, sure. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If Mr. the Killer had met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he's mistaken. So you're saying this client really was Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see, it is just as I said. Ugh. So lost. Who the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Calm down, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? Actually... one, try the other one. Why he meets his clients is not important, and that wasn't the point. Witness, please stop sidestepping my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Adrian Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. Huh? Him? That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. It's true that they said what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? Yeah. Did you not hear him? If I heard what I think I just heard just now, then I think I've got him. Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was of the utmost importance. Oh, really? If that's the case, witness, please include the statement just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought, I can trust this person as a client. Guys, Adrian can use whatever pronouns they want. So true. It feels awful to call out a contradiction on this, but I know that's where they want me to go with it. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took the request at that time. Yes, that is correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy? It's rough. It's rough. I know where it wants me to go, but it's rough. How many times must I repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that is an impossible tale. Phoenix, shut up. What? I'm not on your side right now, Phoenix. Shelly the Killer. You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. This is so anti-woke. About her. So what is the issue? What did you say just now? About her? If you had ever met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman. Oh. I just realized why they said he. Order in the court. Mr. Wright, what is the meaning of this? I'm way too progressive. This witness testified to the following. That he always meets face-to-face with his clients when taking their request. But he never met Adrian Andrews in person? Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. the Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Ugh, oh my god, that is gross. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Is that oil? I don't know. Don't say one look, silly boy. There's like 8 other ways they would have known she's a woman. I'm pretty sure she mentions it at some point. I believe it has to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt a very androgynous name. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one had stated Adrian Andrews' gender, and so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. What? What is going on? Shelly the Killer? This court demands an explanation. Are you misgendering the witness? I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. Ugh, I knew he's just gonna spit out more lies. Very well, but this time please give us the truth and nothing but the truth. Request taken, part 2. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There have been times when I took a job without having met my client. The request was for the murder of Juan Carita and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about a letter in his earlier testimony. Which means he is definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's over for us. I know. Can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me. No matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Aw. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Poor judge just wants to go home already. He's like, I've been here for way too long. Couldn't we have done this another day? What are the 2 or 3 other things? 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let him slide with that? It'd be really bad if I pushed his buttons the wrong way and he got mad. Ugh. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney. Yes? Everything I have said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue this cross-examination. Could it be that you are planning to betray your own client? Ew, that's... I smell the stench of a backstabber. And should you turn out to be one... Oh, wait. Uh-oh, this is looking really bad. Should press my luck. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? I think so. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what these other jobs your client requested are. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told that this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Kurita's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. Didn't you just say you didn't meet her? This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. Shelley the killer. If you had really given the bear to Miss Andrews, then this item should not have been inside of it. This item? I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where is everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. She wanted to burn it. And I was gonna burn it for her sake. If even for a single minute this bear had actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken the suicide note out and burned it. Order! 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 So that's where you two were going. I'm in the loop now. So, by the very fact that the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know how to disassemble the puzzle. No, Grandpa, we're not going anywhere. We stand right here in the court. Which means? It means, Your Honor, that it is impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh! Maya is so dead. Yeah. Order! 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 Ugh, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'm sure I mentioned this before, how I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of our agreement. No, that's not... That's enough. If that is your intention, then there is only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies, please excuse me. I have a matter that I must attend to. No, please, not that. Please wait. On call? Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end and I may stay my hand. Otherwise... Oh, Maya. What in the... Mr. Wright, are you... Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I do not understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there is a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution... What has come over everyone? Even you are. Can't they track his location from the radio? They could, but he said that he'd only testify if they didn't. And I'm sure somehow he'd know if they did. What has come over everyone? Even you are. The prosecution rests. What is going on around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is a most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that is the case, then even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. DeKiller's testimony is accurate. This OST is genuinely spooky, bro. Yeah. That will mean that Shelley DeKiller's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? If I end the trial here right now, then your client, Matt Ongard, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews, will be charged with murder? The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring the defendant, Matt Ongard, to the stand. The item from DeKiller's hideout didn't make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hands. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think of you as a truly innocent and good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. Fran, whatever is gonna burst in. Stop the sesh. I have these items. But, at least on the charge of murder, it would appear you are innocent. Don't do that now! So, I guess even the old fuddy-duddy figured me out. Mr. Ongard? Why would he do this now? If anything, wait until the judge goes, not guilty. And then you can do this because you can't be tried again. I wouldn't confess now. Mr. Ongard? What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving his own client up like this. Isn't that refreshing like a spring breeze crap? It's just as atrocious, don't you think? Agree? Anyway, get on with it and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Dude, don't. This guy's such an idiot. Where did the glass come from? It just spawns in. It's like, where did he get it from? Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? Exactly.
You better get Ongard a guilty sentence, okay?
But if I did that, Maya will die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is gonna end. Oh no. It all hinges on what I choose. That's crazy. He's like, save, you idiot, don't make the wrong choice. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Matt Ongard, is innocent. Kill them both, say he's not, and then admit he is.
There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer's gonna say what I want, aren't you? Right? I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt on guard, is... Oh... He's guilty! Throw him in jail! Throw him in jail! We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt on guard, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt on guard is... Oh! Objection! Hey! There she is! The hero! The game has actual plot choices. But Franziska von Karma! She's here! She's here! That's my goal! What? Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off of that scruffy fool. She's here! Queen! Did you find them? The final pieces, do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence is here in perfect condition. Rip Gumshoe. I just backflipped in joy. Don't worry about Scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All of the items are inside this. What a filthy old quote this is. It's Gumshoe's. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness, but there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard this whole trial. All for what is inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure that inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defense's final pieces of evidence. Your final evidence? It's Maya! This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it is our duty to examine every piece of evidence down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. Only because you asked. I grant permission to do so. However, this one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, if you please. These pieces of evidence are items left by the killer during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere among the evidence we're about to see, there'll be something that will turn this whole situation around like a miracle. Sure of it. That is all we can hope for. He's so tired, let the old man go. I also request Miss Von Karma gets more screen time. Yes, thank you. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Sure. Does that pistol have anything in relation to this case? We have yet to perform a ballistics test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case. At least with me. Oh, it's the one he shot her with. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh. I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder as a sort of memento. I'm sure it will be an excellent sample for the test. So that pistol that was used to shoot Franziska, probably not going to help us very much. Pistol added to the court record. A small caliber pistol that is thought to have been fired by the killer at Franziska. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from On Guard Mansion. Have you checked the contents of that tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looks like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at the site. but somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from DeKiller. Shelly DeKiller is no ordinary man. One of the items retrieved, DeKiller violently tried to recover it, contents unknown. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy's uniform. That uniform from the Gatewater Hotel. Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There's even a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. No doubt about it. The killer was wearing this the night of the murder. There is one thing I found interesting about this uniform. And what is that? There is a button missing on the uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it would provide us with an interesting clue. One by the killer on the night of the murder. One of its special buttons is missing. That is all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And what is that, Your Honor? I'm sure, were we under normal circumstances, these items from Shelly DeKiller's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who is the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Von Karma. Wait, Your Honor. Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court already has all the evidence it needs to hand down a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. Is that the first overruling ever? No, there's been plenty. You've come this far. You can't give up now. Usually it's just when Phoenix talks. But no matter how you think about it, it's try. For my sake, just think about it for a second. There are 2 ways out of this situation for us. 2? The first, make On Guard wish from the bottom of his soul for a guilty verdict. Ooh. Huh? The killer will always place his client's wishes first. If On Guard himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way? Force the killer to end his contract with On Guard. If the killer were to no longer think of On Guard as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia, that's even more impossible. He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. Phoenix, you're looking at your dead partner within the body of her 8-year-old cousin, aging it up, denying the existence of miracles. Magic isn't real, Mia! The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The pieces he was just shown, he's not accepting them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what has always worked for us? The other side? Wait, does she mean... You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? Oh. The person who needs the evidence. Oh. I think I got it. The defense, prosecution, and the judge, we've all seen the pieces of evidence. And that is how we come to know the truth. But there's one person who has yet to see them all. In case I'm wrong. And that person does not know the truth. That truth, it may be what will bring about the miracle in the end. There are no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I'd be saying, oh, cat, knowing full well I got no idea. I've already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Oops, I didn't mean to save it there. I meant to save it here. Now we got 3 spots. Then you want to show the evidence to that person?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. No, Edric! That's impossible to turn this situation around in one try. One try. That is all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. Think, Phoenix, think. There must be a way to save Maya while taking On Guard down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who would you like to show this evidence to? I think I know. I think I know. I think I know. I think I know. I think I could be wrong. But I think we gotta show it to the killer. Oh, I see. And now, tell us, this court, what one piece of evidence you would like to show this person. The videotape. The videotape. 100%. It's gotta be the videotape. Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Let's go. Bailiff, please bring in the transceiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Matt betrayed the assassin, yeah. Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence? Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I heard you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was sternly told by my client to not watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you're on this tape. Me? Because it was recording. There was a video camera hidden at the crime scene. Your actions are being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was it that planted a camera? Well, the only person who could have placed the camera at the scene of the crime would be your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews? Maddie, you sly dog. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Shut up, Judge. Yes, sir. Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right? Yes. That was so they could film you. This case is brilliant. It's so good. So good. I had no idea. Mr. Wright? Why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt on guard film the crime scene? The reason why he did this is my ticket out of this whole mess. There is only one reason why your client would secretly film the crime scene. They wanted to see Juan get his, wanted blackmail on you, didn't trust your skills. Oh, 100% blackmail. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they said. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone, least of all assassins. Oh, come now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes, that's where the video comes in. With that, I can keep him at bay, and even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say to that, Shelly the Killer? Whoa! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That is the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use the people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes. You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. Made bros start oiling.
Aw, you made me oil.
You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer name, even if it takes an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Uh-oh. I get it. This is how we'll turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item.
What the? I'm not an item.
I, thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank God. He's gonna make both options happen, yeah. Oh, thank goodness. This trial appears to have come to its conclusion. However, I'm sort of... I don't quite know. Miss Von Karma, where did that... She always has you in her sights. Now, contract broken and the safest place for Matt is prison. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Look at him. Mr. On Guard. Looks like somehow you got what you wanted. I'm not too scared right about now. You will finally receive the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. Before that, I would like to make one final statement. Sometime in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watch this video. I think this is undeniable evidence that this is a different match. I don't know, Matt. I don't know. Weren't you just telling me yesterday about how you're going to jail and I need to defend you? I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you would watch this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is this alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he's convicted or acquitted, there's no escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. By the way, thanks for not turning up to defend me. I had to do it myself. Sorry, Matt. Right, Chief. Guilty. Matt on guard. Even though I'm a lawyer, I cannot make your crime disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you set foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run from your crime anymore. Oh my, guilty, 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 guilty. Oh my god. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how was Matt on guard? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarceration. I'm sure he's getting a full-course meal of whip leather right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was lucky. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. Guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say you would choose death, that is of no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, that's the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strength to convict Matt, I feel like I had finally been saved. Aww. Wow, this is the first time I've ever seen her smile. Aww. I'm really happy that you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. Aww. Aww. It looks like we have resolved everything at last. As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about, but everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that is good enough for me. That is all. This court is adjourned. He didn't say, guilty. That's wholesome. Aww. Very wholesome. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? This is the first time you've not gotten your client off. You've got them a guilty verdict this time. But you have to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there is something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yeah, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moments before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. It wasn't just Wright, it was Phoenix Wright. Roll credits. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice or should I save Maya's life? My client, Matt on guard, is he guilty or is he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right. Edgeworth? I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody.
Really?
What perils?
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mia just vanished. He truly is Ace Attorney. This truly was our Ace Attorney.
You're telling us the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. I feel a dance coming along.
Ah! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya's safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick!
Ow, she punches deceptively hard for a kid. The real Ace Attorney was the real Ace was attorneys we made along the way.
I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her.
Thanks.
Oh!
What's wrong?
Miss Von Karma.
About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You lost. Your perfect win record has now been crushed. And yet, you are still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like that myself until a year ago. Edgeworth? For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remains spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast against that selfish man. I fought him in my usual manner and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then... it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well as you should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with defeat should crawl into a hole and die. Oh my god. But that was not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And it was in that moment of clarity that everything began to change. What a foolish nonsense. We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. Karma queen. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. Is this a confession? The only thing we can do is to fight with the knowledge we hold and everything we have. Erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We claw and scratch for every itch. But we will always eventually reach that one single truth. This I promise you. Kiss already.
The truth?
Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, Wright? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, isn't that right? This man who only had his sights set on victory, who ran away into the night.
Ah, is Mr. Edgeworth right, Mr. Nick?
Remember to save. Thank you. You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. Wait, low-key, that'd be a banger legal system. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in the things you said to me all those years ago. Aww. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool!
Miss Von Karma?
I don't want to hear the wretched whimpering of a disgraced loser. Two people fight in court, one fights on the side of the accused, one fights the side against the accused, both just working together to find the truth. Yeah. I don't want to hear the wretched whimperings of a disgraced loser. I'm making a country with that. I support you. I support you. A Von Karma is someone who is destined to be perfect. Miles Edgeworth, you are no longer worthy. You are no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Franziska threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Isn't that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else.
Ah, isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip?
I think, thanks, it's called Mimi Land. That's awesome. I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this, right? Okay. Nick! Not her whip, no. Maya!
Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya!
Aww, that's so cute. Aww.
Oh, Nick! I knew you would come through. You got the
You got on guard convicted like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me.
Well, of course I did. You know I would never desert you. Hamburger. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here.
Whatever, whatever. Look, it's over, okay? Besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost through Pearly.
Is it really that easy to do something like that?
Thanks a lot, Nick.
Don't mention it. Maya?
Oh, Mr. Edgeworth!
You're alive? I'm relieved you're alright.
Hey, looks like you've made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth.
Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago.
Heh.
Ugh.
Alright, I think it's time we got out of this depressing place.
Where are we going?
Food, Nick. Food. Grub, chow, I'm starved. I'm so hungry even you look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick.
You think I look like a burger? I'm a prime rib at least.
Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please.
If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint?
Don't be silly, Nick.
Huh?
This case messed up that awesome evening and got in the way of my gourmet food. So I decided that we have to make it up by having another feast.
Another feast?
Come on, Nick. Food.
Aw. Ooh, March 23rd, 7:38 p.m. Gatewater Hotel, hotel lobby. Hey, pal. Oh, hey, pal. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Oh my gosh, he looks rough. Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole of all things. A telephone pole? Then it wasn't a red light that got him?
You did it again, city boy. Feel like my dear old heart was just gonna give out on me, and I ain't joking.
Yeah, it was more exciting than the very last episode of The Steel Samurai. Thanks. Lada!
Now looky here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't you reckon you bullied Mr. Wright too hard? If you don't start being a lot nicer to him, he might just kick it. Tonight even.
I'll keep that in mind.
Well, come on now. Everyone gather round. Y'all are gonna get your picture taken by a genuine something photographer. Professional photographer.
Looks like Lada bought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we could put this messy case behind us now. Come on, pal. Come on. It's all about eating, so let's chow down, pal.
Amen to that, pal. Amen.
You know, when you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have had a very different ending. Yeah, well, you know it's... Oh, wait. That's odd. When I ran off with the things from Dakila's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir.
What? 4?
Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item.
Oh, come on, y'all. It's over. But woo boy, I tell you, you really are something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped, never a dull moment with you, huh? You think?
Why does she look so happy about that?
Being shut away for 2 whole days. Aren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless.
No, I want to know what the thing was.
So to keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture.
Sounds like you had it rough, gal. So where's this picture of yours?
Yeah, I want to see it. I want to see Mystic Maya's picture.
You know, I don't know where it went.
Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. Wasn't anything important anyway.
Yeah.
Sure is nice to finally see them both smiling again. Oh. What is it, Edgeworth? This thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Kama's receiver. Ugh, thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do.
Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't even eaten anything yet.
It's on the coat. And you've eaten way too much, you glutton. Phoenix! She was starved for 2 days, you jerk! I had fun tonight. Now if you'll excuse me. But wait. What? I just want to say thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, Wright. I feel like words alone aren't enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. Okay. Oh man, the save was too late. It's okay, it's okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Kids. What's this? Thank you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job.
It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left, Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya?
Yes, Pearly?
I guess you two can go back to being so lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean.
Pearly!
Would you cut it out already? You're embarrassing me.
Anyway. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party?
As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick.
Huh? Yeah, I'm kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kinda already put your name on the bill. Huh? What? Yeah, I got me a situation just like that myself. There's this camera shop in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It better be anyhow for $3,000. Huh? What? Huh? Actually, I reckon you bought it for me, since it's on your tab and all. Huh?
Isn't this great, Mr. Nick?
Yeah, Nick. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Aw, you don't gotta hold back now, you hear? Yeah, pal, time to let it all out.
This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you.
You are forgiven, Lotta, you are forgiven. Come on, it's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been busy being a hostage and all. Alright then, if you say so. Aww, that's lovely. Aww. Yay!
You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really feel like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like a pro.
Play the next one right now, I'm not kidding. Okay.
I'm so happy that you could say Mystic Maya, Mr. Nick.
Just for you.
And I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. So I sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case.
Oh god, Pearl. Okay, Matt, just for you, we'll start the next one. I fear for my life if I don't. Well, pal, looks like I'm back on the force again. Mr. Edgeworth had a long talk with the chief, and he got me reinstated for my sake. I heard he said things like, letting that one go is bad for all of society. I knew it, crashing headlong into everything is the only way to live, pal. I'm so excited to then complain about how long you stream for when it's 2 AM and I'm still watching. I'm glad I got you hooked. I'm so glad. Oh hey, I forgot about her.
I'm Maggie Bird, am retiring this uniform as of today, sir. I'm gonna be a waitress from now on.
and bring smiles and joy to the people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright.
Yes, you are here to visit a patient? I'm Dr. Hottie, ho-ho. Recently, yes, that girl, you know, I haven't seen her around, yes. But I remember if I even laid so much as an eye on her, it would go crack, It didn't matter if I got whipped, though. Yes, ho-ho. God, I hate that guy. Bro, you actually have me recommending this to my friends IRL. That's awesome. It's time to begin our quest of world something, and to let the world know we are serious, I plan to make a fabulous flight to Zimbabwe.
Hey Max, what do you think Zimbabwe is like? Do you think there are castles made of cake and bunnies who can talk?
I think if there are any talking bunnies, even they won't laugh at Moe's jokes. I can't believe I'm spreading the Ace Attorney agenda. That's so funny. I'm ready. There's no way these jokes are gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more contemporary with my humor. Mo Curls, represent.
You've got a new act all worked out. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus.
Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get on with it. Mo, yes.
What's this? Drat, it's just an ordinary electric razor recharge thing. I can't believe this. Really? How long do they plan on making me do this?
Oh, but it's Edgy Poo's idea, so that means it must have a deep hidden meaning.
But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? I was never like this in the old days. Everyone thought the world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and treat me like royalty, and any man who hasn't heard about this is going to feel the pain on my heel. Yes, they're going to feel the burn. And speaking of burn, playing with fire is very dangerous. Because of that, the way the sword, the scenery, the right down...
I appreciate everything you and Mr. Edgeworth did for me from the bottom of my heart. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said that after I get out, I should feel free to consult her about anything at all. I'm really thankful to have met everyone.
Aw. Aww. Oh, that was sweet of Von Karma. The killer! It has become difficult for me in this country as of late. As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my services, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with this... Okay. Oh, there he goes. Oh. Big VK being the goat. She is. She's the goat. She a real one. Oh, here we go. After credit scene. 9:42 p.m. International departures, gate 12. We're at the airport. Where are you going, Franziska? How did you know I was here? With this. That's... I heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking devices in his coat, for example.
That's just like you. I only planted it there because he was always wearing it. This filthy drab coat of his. I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that.
Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, come to England. He told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. Heart melt incoming, aw. 4 things? It seems he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here. It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over.
you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Franziska? It does, it matters. So many expectations from everyone around me, expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win, no matter what, and failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius, there's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be the one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you are a prosecutor. You have been and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I've even thrown my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave me this to hold on to. Right, you knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone and walked on ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you arrived. Me. If I could win against that man, if I could make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat, the answer is me. Sorry. Then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I've been until today. I believe you can, just like how Adrian Andrews did. Sorry, moment of weakness. Adrian Andrews? You were gonna use her during the trial, right? But you were dependent on your father by using his tactics, isn't that right? Today, you chased after me, after I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you are going to quit your walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Franziska von Karma. Oh, oh, this part's so sad. Oh, I am Franziska von Karma. Don't think I'm gonna walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now, so you'd better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Oh. 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 Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I'll take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Oh. 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 That's so cute. Oh, that's the picture she drew. Oh, we did it. Oh. Oh, that was sweet. Oh. 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 I'm dead. I just died again. Dehydration. And just for Matt, we'll start the third game. Too many tears. Oh. Turnabout memories. 10 out of 10. That was such a good case. Such a good game. start the third game. Just for Matt. How did I get into this mess? Why? Why did I do that? Yo, flashback chapter? That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you, for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. Oh. Oh no, Phoenix. Phoenix, right? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. Phoenix! Wow! What is 5 years earlier? Mia Fey, second trial. Ooh. Phoenix, what is that jumper? April 11th, 9:40 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Arrest him for that. Oh, we're Mia! Phew, it's finally time. Kind of nervous. Ahem. Oh, it's Grossberg. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, good morning. Oh, Mia, please calm yourself down. You're going to get yourself arrested for suspicious behavior, you know? What are you talking about? I am relaxed, Mr. Grossberg. Look at me, I'm relaxed. Marvin Grossberg, age 61. Be right back. Alright, we got Mr. Grossberg, age 61, my superior and the head of Grossberg Law Offices. We got Phoenix Wright, aw, age 21, my client, a third-year art student at Ivy University. He currently has a cold. I love how that's very important. Doug Swallow, age 22, the victim. He was a fourth-year pharmacology student at Ivy University. Dahlia Hawthorne, age 20, Phoenix Wright's girlfriend. Dated the victim Doug Swallow up until about 8 months ago. Interesting. Girlfriend? Look at me, I'm relaxed. Let go of my lapels. You obviously haven't gotten the temperament to be a lawyer. Phoenix, this game isn't I'm so sorry, it's just that I'm so nervous today. Traitor. Oh, that's right. This is your first time in the big leagues, isn't it? Well, never you fear, my dear. I'm Marvin Grossberg, am at your service. Actually, this is my second time in court. Still, you surprised me. What was your earnest request last night? Let me handle this case, you suddenly said, and quite forcefully, too.
I just found out yesterday about the case, I mean.
What? And you've already learned all the relevant facts?
Well, about that, you see, I mean, of course I have, I think.
Oh dear. In any case, don't let our clients see you're so nervous. You see the poor young man in that pink sweater over there? That's our client.
Aw, it's so strange to see Phoenix as a sprite like this. Aw, he looks so cute. He's like a little puppy dog.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning there, everybody.
Good morning. Try to keep smiling, Mia. He's still wearing it.
I just wanted to say, I'll give it all I've got. Yep, I'll be fine. It'll be fine, no prob.
What's wrong? Do you have a cold or something, Mr. Rye?
Actually, it's Wright. Like the Flying Brothers. People screw it up all the time. And yes, I have a cold. That's what this mask is for. My doc says this way I won't give it to anyone else. Be kind to others, he says.
Right, Mr. Wright. You have nothing to fear in court today.
If you are truly innocent, I promise I will save you.
Please let go of my shirt. If he wants to stay frugal, he can wear plain sweatshirts. He's also not in law school. He's an art student. He's got a cold. He needs to keep warm. And I'm sure there's some deeper meaning behind this. Please let go of my shirt. That's right, he's the one on trial, not you. He's the one who should be nervous. That's so much worse. You need to stay strong for your client, Mia. My name is Mia Fey. I'm still pretty new at this lawyer thing. The first time I appeared in court was a year ago. Oh my god, the P in the heart. Oh god. But that trial traumatized me so badly, I thought I'd never set foot in another courtroom. It's been 1 year since then, and well, here I am again. But this time I'm going to win. For my client and for myself. April 11th, 10 a.m. Court is now in session for the trial of Phoenix Wright. Aw, look, it's little Mia! Oh, it's so strange. I love it. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense today is Miss Mia Fey, was it? Yes, Your Honor. Is there a problem? I was under the impression that Marvin Grossberg was to be leading the defense. Hey. That hair. Yes, well, you see, Mr. Grossberg had a bit of an emergency. Emergency? But isn't that him standing there right next to you? Ooh, we got 1, 2, 3 now. Yes, well, you're just a rookie. Are you sure you can really handle this? Don't let him scare you, Mia. Give him your toughest look. The judge has never aged. Of course, Your Honor. I think. Well, Mr. Payne, your opening statement, please. Oh my god, his hair.
Well, well, well. I can't believe a veteran like me has to spend his time babysitting a new defense lawyer. Don't worry, little girl. It will all be over soon.
What was that all about? Was he trying to trash talk me?
Now then, I'd like to proceed with a summary of events on the day in question. The incident occurred on the campus of Ivy University. The murder victim was a student named Doug Swallow. He was a fourth-year student studying pharmacology.
I don't like the physics on the hair. They're so rough.
It sounds like he was a very bright young man. Yes, well, we have a photo taken at the scene of the crime. Students discovered the scene shortly after the murder. They found the victim's body. And the defendant, who had obviously bungled his getaway, they then called the police. That certainly makes the defendant look very suspicious indeed. Very well. The court accepts this photo into the record as evidence. The crime took place behind an IVU building. By the way, I can't quite tell the cause of death from this photo. Your reputation for sagacity is well earned, Your Honor. Sagacity. The truth is that the victim died a rather unusual death. Hey, the Max Storm! Thank you for the follow! Welcome on in! Hello, hello, how are you doing today? An unusual death? What do you mean, Mr. Payne? Well, perhaps the defense would like to take this question. Huh? A simple question. I thought I might loosen you up a bit. I am a genteel man, if you will. Oh, what? Stand up to him, Mia. Show him what you're made of. Ah, a perfect opportunity. Well, what was it? The cause, go on. Please say you know at least this much. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to read through the whole file. Hi, this case is so good. Hello. Ugh, my hemorrhoids are beginning to act up. Okay, Grossberg. Now see here. The details of the case are filed under the court record. Press the court record button. But you knew that already, didn't you? The court record. I think I can see that by pressing tab. Or RB because I'm on controller. Date and time of deaths, April 9th at 3 p.m. Cause of death was a fatal electric shock. And then there's the photo. Look at the little umbrella. All of the weapons we need can be found in the court record. Didn't have to know that, dude. Take a good, hard look at the data there and think carefully before you answer, my dear. Yes, sir. I'll do just that. I've got to stay calm. I can't let that prosecutor get the better of me. The court record. Okay, let's take a look. I just pressed tab here. I love how they have to do the little tutorial thing for all these games. It's so funny. Press tab. Now then, would the attorney for the defense please answer the question? What was the cause of death? Electrocution, right? Yes. According to the court record, it was a fatal electric shock. In other words, electrocution. Electrocution? But how could such a thing happen? Did the murderer use some type of new super powerful stun gun, perhaps? The answer to that will become crystal clear as this trial proceeds, Your Honor. But before that, there is one more vital issue. What's that? Why, motive, of course. Apparently there was some bad blood between the victim and the defendant. A bad blood? What do you mean? Oopsie, I'm terribly sorry. You're the defense attorney, so you must know all about it. I shouldn't be stealing your spotlight like this. I really don't like this guy's smug attitude. Oh my god, he was even dumber back then. That's Winston Payne for you. He is one smooth operator, if you catch my drift. They don't call him the rookie killer for nothing, you know? Although I don't think he will ever go on to beat a rookie. Now then, let's hear from the defense. What was the source of the bad blood between the victim and the defendant? And this time, I would like to see some supporting evidence. Evidence? No need to get all worked up over this. This is not my job. What? It's not my job to prove that there was bad blood between the defendant and the victim. That's literally the prosecution's one job. To show motive. That just does not help our case if we show motive. No need to get all worked up over this. As I said, all our weapons can be found in the court record. Find the evidence you need and then shove it in old Greybeard's face. Yes, sir. Into old Greybeard's face. Mr. Grossberg? Try to set a better example for the young lady. Mia, evidence isn't the only thing in the court record. People's profiles are as well. You can toggle between profiles and evidence with tab, so be sure to go over it all. Now then, let's see what you've got. What was the cause of bad blood between Phoenix Wright and the victim? Probably that they dated the same girl. Gonna go assuming that. The reason for the bad blood between the two of them was this woman here. Dahlia Hawthorne, is it?
Very good, Miss Faye. You seem to have picked up on at least this much. This woman is the girlfriend of the defendant, Phoenix Wright. But up until about 8 months ago, she was with the victim, Mr. Swallow. Clearly, she has some part to play in this story.
He's done it again. Before the cross-examination starts, he's already got the judge thinking like he wants. Very well, Mr. Payne. Please call your first witness.
If it pleases the court, the prosecution would like to call Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Oh, what? The defendant himself? Well, Miss Faye? It's fine. After all, Mr. Wright is innocent. Right? I think he's guilty. Send him to jail. We're gonna break the timeline continuity. He's going straight to jail. He'll never become a lawyer.
The defense has no objection.
Very well. The court calls Mr. Phoenix Wright to the witness stand. Aw, he's so cute. He did it for real. So true. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What a crazy revelation it would be if he actually did this murder, but Mia gets him off with a not guilty verdict. And this whole time, Phoenix has just been a convicted, like an unconvicted murderer. I'm sure you can tell I moved to phone.
Witness, please state your name and occupation.
Oh, yeah. My name is Phoenix Wright. My job is, well, right now I guess I'm a suspect. It's like revealed at the end. No, he means, what did you do before you were arrested? Oh, I was a university student. Mr. Wright? You understand? No, but I didn't do it. I'm innocent, I tell you. I'm telling you, I was... Would the defendant please refrain from passing on his cold to the rest of us?
It seems the witness has something he wants to say.
Well then, Mr. Wright, please tell us about your relation to the victim.
Right away, Your Honor.
I admit I was there, but I'm not a killer. All I did was find his body. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Give bro some meds. I see. So you hardly knew the victim. Right, like I said, I'm not a killer. Oh, phew. Looks like the judge understands. Oof. You're being naive, you know. Too naive.
Huh? It seems that you've forgotten one small thing, young lady. And that would be, this witness still has to undergo something called cross-examination.
Cross-examination? He's right, and it's the defense's duty to carry out the cross-examination. The purpose is to determine if the witness's testimony contains any contradictions.
Contradictions?
If a witness is lying, their statements will conflict with the court record.
But Mr. Wright is my client.
Even if he is your client, in court all lies must be struck down. As a lawyer, that is your duty, you see.
What does he mean by that? Is he saying that testimony just now?
That there was a lie? A contradiction? This is not your job, Mia. You don't gotta cross-examine. Now then, your cross-examination, if you please, Miss Faye. This doesn't help you, poking holes in this.
Please, Mr. Wright, tell me you haven't been lying.
Aww.
You wouldn't do that to me, would you?
I'm not killing. Hardly knew the guy to begin with. I never even talked to that stuck-up British wannabe. Mr. Wright, you stated the following in your testimony. I hardly knew the guy to begin with. That's right. I mean, why would I even... But that doesn't sound right. If you hardly knew him, then why would you say that the victim was a stuck-up British wannabe? Well, Mr. Wright? No, it wasn't me. I'm not a killer, I swear. Okay, he's so sus. Mr. Wright, I will give you an opportunity to revise your testimony. How is it that you knew the victim was, as you put it, a British wannabe? Yeah, well... He was always walking around with a huge Union Jack on the back of his shirt. Was he? I don't see it. Where? Are you certain you saw the Union Jack? Yeah, I'm sure. It was right there on his back. And I, Phoenix Wright, hate British people. For the record, I often insult people I hardly know. Miss Faye, is there some point to this line of questioning? Your Honor, please take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, there's absolutely nothing on the victim's back. Wait a minute! He's wearing a leather jacket! The Union Jack was on the back of the t-shirt he was wearing. I was under the impression that you accidentally came across the body. But if that was really the case, then you wouldn't know that, would you? You'd have no idea at all what he was wearing underneath that jacket. Mia. What are you doing? Mr. Wright, you've been lying to me. Please forgive me. Mia, you've made our client cry. You've made him a big baby. Let him. That P on his chest doesn't stand for Phoenix anyways. I can't believe I trusted him. Mr. Wright was all wrong. What is the... What? That was an impressive bit of cross-examination. Thank you for uncovering the defendant's lies for me. It's quite clear that this man did not simply stumble upon the scene of the crime. Oh. Uh-oh. Did I go too far? By the way, Mr. Wright, you seem to have a rather bad cold. Have you taken any medicine for it? Yeah, I took some, but... Was the medicine that you took an over-the-counter brand called Cold Killer X? Yeah, that's right. It kills colds good. Hey, wait a second. How did you know I'm a big fan of Cold Killer X? Would you happen to have that medicine with you right now? Well, actually, I seem to have lost it somewhere. He lost it? Does this even have anything to do with the case? Mr. Wright, shall I tell you where your cold medicine is right now? Huh? Your Honor, I'd like you to take a look at another look at the I'd like you to take a look at another photo from the crime scene. Oh, it's in his hand. What's this? In the victim's hand, it's Cold Killer X. Yeah, but even I've got a bottle of Cold Killer X in my apartment. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that argument won't work. There's no doubt as to who this bottle of Cold Killer X belongs to. Especially since Mr. Wright's fingerprints are all over it. What? OMG, this is obviously a setup. Sensing his murderous intent, Mr. Swallow must have picked up the bottle of medicine, dropped by Mr. Wright, and hid it in his hand. His purpose in doing so can only have been to identify his killer as Phoenix Wright. Makes no sense. Literally no sense. This is all a promotion for Cold Killer X. And it's all, it like it fades like into the background, and this has all just been like a studio recording. Order in the court. Your Honor, I'd like to present this photo and bottle as evidence. Very well. The court will accept them into the record. The victim's watch, stopped at the time of death. Found clutched in the victim's hand, covered in Wright's fingerprints. Great. Also, the victim's wristwatch was broken. Broken? Yes, it ceased functioning when a large wave of electricity passed through it. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have some kind of explanation for all of this? Ugh. This is really bad. Oh, my buttocks. My poor, poor hemorrhoids. Shut up about your hemorrhoids! God! No one asked! What really happened? The truth is, I went because he called me. He was in the pharmacology department, so we agreed to meet at 2:45 behind the building. Dude, TMI. We talked for a bit, and then at around 3 we split up. And later, when I went back, I found him lying there. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. Mr. Wright, that's completely different from the testimony you just gave previously. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was afraid you wouldn't believe the truth. You'll forgive me if I say I hardly find your current testimony any more credible. Miss Faye, please begin your cross-examination. Oh, please, Mr. Wright. Don't tell any more lies. Was it Mr. Swallow who indicated you should meet at 2:45? Yeah, and we were both there, right on time. You said the victim was in the pharmacology department, correct? Yeah, he was studying how to manufacture and improve pharmaceuticals. Everyone called him the alchemist of IVU. An alchemist? I see. I gotta admit, it was a little suspicious. He had a whole laboratory and everything. It was filled with chemicals and strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. Oh, how fascinating. He sounds like he was quite an ambitious young man. What do I do? Maybe I should ask him for some more details? I was wondering if you could tell us a bit more about the pharmacology department. Well, okay, sure. I don't know all that much, though. A little earlier in your testimony, you said something interesting. You said the department uses strange machines that run on high voltage electricity. That's right, and they sure look dangerous. They use non-standard voltages, so there are high voltage cables everywhere. High voltage cables? Yeah, there were electrical poles set up all around the building. High voltage cables run overhead around the roof. Finally, I think we're getting somewhere. We talked for a bit, then at around 3 we split up. And later when I went back, I found him lying there. I've been taking Cold Killer X for the last 2 or 3 days, but I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. On the day of the incident, what did you do for lunch? Huh? What does that have to do with anything? You can never be too sure. I always eat with Dolly, just the 2 of us. Dolly's homemade lunches are just the greatest. Her mini omelets are magically delicious. Okay, Venus. Ouch. Why did you punch me in the jaw? Oh, I'm so sorry. I just felt like hurting someone all of a sudden. Me too, Mia. I think that's enough for now. So the defendant and the victim met at approximately the time of his death. And then the defendant returned to the scene for some unknown reason. I'm not entirely convinced by his explanation about the medicine bottle either. Let me be frank here, Mr. Wright. Your testimony cannot be trusted. What do you mean? I knew it was too much work for a little girl. Ugh. What a hate pain so much. However, there is one mystery that still remains. There is, Your Honor? How the murder was carried out, of course. Just how was the victim electrocuted? I don't believe the murder weapon has been produced yet, correct? Oh, well, that is... You are correct, Your Honor. How exactly was Mr. Swallow killed? If I could somehow establish how it was done... Maybe I could still come out of this mess smelling like a rose? Alright, let's establish a murder method. Your Honor? Yes, Miss Faye? I believe that if we were to piece together everything we've heard up until now, we should be able to solve the mystery of how Mr. Swallow died. That would be most impressive. Quite the brash statement coming from a rookie. But even a beginner like you must understand the basic rules of the court, yes? An attorney must be able to substantiate their arguments with evidence. Of course I know that. Of course, actually, I totally forgot about that. Really, Mia? Really? Now then, Miss Faye, let's see what you've got. Show me how you believe the victim was electrocuted. There's... Look at the freaking wires! Isn't it obvious? As for the cause of death, I'd say this picture captures it quite well. What? But there is nothing that even remotely resembles a murder weapon here. I'm afraid the defense is going to have to explain this in a bit more detail. Miss Faye, where exactly is this murder weapon? The umbrella. Look! Well, naturally, it's right here. What is that? A severed electrical cable, you idiot. I believe, Your Honor. Remember the testimony we've heard? Everyone here sucks, like, so bad. The machines the pharmacology student used in their experiments require high voltage. And because of that, there are special high voltage cables strung up everywhere. So then, the high voltage cable? Yes, the high voltage cable is the cause of death. That is the most likely explanation. That certainly sounds plausible. Well, Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Everyone here sucks, like, so bad. Well, I believe some praise is in order. Don't toy with me, old man. Now, the victim's cause of death may indeed have been a high voltage cable. However, I want you to think about what that really implies. The only one who had the opportunity to use the cable as a murder weapon was... the defendant. That much certainly is true. Yes, and that's not all. We have proof. Irrefutable proof that will establish that Mr. Wright was the murderer. You do? Well, what is it? His fingerprints. Fingerprints? You mean that the defendant's fingerprints were on something besides the medicine bottle? Let's take another look at the crime scene photo. As you can see, the victim is wearing a leather jacket, and as you may know, leather holds fingerprints quite well. You mean... Yes, it was quite clearly imprinted on the chest area of the victim's jacket. The palm print of the defendant's very own hand. What? I can only think of one way Mr. Wright could have left a print like that. Intent on murder, he squarely pushed the victim towards the severed electrical cable. Why was it severed in the first place? Order! That's enough! I think we can conclude that there is no reason to continue with this cross-examination. Stick a fork in us and we're done. Mr. Grossberg. My hemorrhoids never lie. The show is over, Mia. Oh my god, shut up. Leather also insulates electricity though, so he wasn't wearing the jacket. I knew that boy was guilty the first time I saw him. Jesus Christ, Grossberg. No, you're wrong. Mr. Wright is innocent. No further evidence is required to convince me of this man's guilt. Your Honor. At this time, I am prepared to render a verdict in this case. That's crazy. Get him, Mia. Do you have something further to add, Miss Faye? Is this what you want, Mr. Wright? You still haven't told us the truth. The whole truth. If you don't say something now, the judge is gonna hand down his verdict. But I just can't say it. If I told you what really happened, then I'd be... It's okay, Mr. Wright. I'm your attorney. You can trust me. Oh, Miss Faye? No matter what it is you have to say, I believe in you, and I'll represent you to the very end. I killed that guy, Miss Faye. Well, alright. We've already established the defendant's guilt. There's no further need for him to say anything. Wait a minute. Mr. Wright? I'll tell you what really happened. I've already told you, Mr. Wright. There's no need for further... I did it. I admit it. I pushed him. It's my fault. My fault that Doug Swallow is dead. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore. Hey, it's none of your business. I'm telling you for your sake, if you continue to see her, it's gonna be bad news. You're lying! Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. That was quick. Stop it! Don't talk about her like that. Oh, jeez. She's like, oh, well, alright. Why is he sweating? He got what he wanted. What you just said, was that the truth? Yeah, I was afraid. Afraid that if I told the truth, everyone would think I was the murderer for sure. Well, as things currently stand, we're all absolutely convinced you are. But please give me one more chance to explain. This time, I swear I'll tell the whole truth. It'll be okay, won't it, Miss Faye? I believe in you. Oh, thank you? I still can't believe it. You really did push the victim. Ugh. Stop talking about— God, feels like my hemorrhoids are doing the Harlem Shake. Stop talking. I don't want your input. You are not helpful at all. When I pushed the victim. That guy, he was talking bad about Dolly. He's so strong. I lost my temper and gave him a shove. At that moment, I heard some kind of loud noise. A little while after I left, I started to get worried. So I went back, but he was just lying there, dead. Why would he say that? Well, the explanation is really quite simple. When you pushed him, Mr. Swallow flew back and touched the electrical cable. He died from the shock, and that, as they say, is that. What possible reasoning could he have to have said that? I know. Mr. Grossberg's the worst. An explanation indeed. At the time of the incident, a light rain had been falling. Wet from the rain, the victim was more easily electrocuted. But when I pushed him, there wasn't any electrical cables nearby. If there had been something like that, even I would have noticed it. It's true, even a doofus like him could have missed that. Miss Faye? Let me warn you right now that if your cross-examination doesn't yield any new facts, I intend to deliver my verdict without further delay. Are we clear on that? Yes, Your Honor. Yet again, insulating jacket. Plus the timing, he was eating at the time. Yeah. Don't give up, Mia. If he is innocent, there must be some kind of evidence somewhere that will prove it. What was the loud noise? A loud noise? And what would you say that loud noise was, Mr. Wright? I'm not sure, but it was really loud. It was like snap! You know, come to think of it, I wonder what that was. Clearly, Your Honor, it was the sound of the victim being electrocuted. You're not qualified to decide that. What should I do? I'm treading on some dangerous ground here. Mr. Wright, that loud noise you heard may be extremely important. So try to remember what it was. How do I put it? It was like a sharp crack. Aha, could it have been... Yes, could it have been? Hurry up and tell us. When I pushed him, he dropped the umbrella he was holding. Oh, there goes. Woo! He fell right on top of it and it broke. That was probably the noise I heard. An umbrella, huh? He fell on top of it. It's so far away in the photo. And did that umbrella belong to the victim? It was Franziska von Karma's whip. She's everywhere. Yeah, it was a plastic umbrella, cheap and frail, kind of like the owner, Phoenix. You're not helping your case. And again, I wish I had any kind of umbrella. I was totally soaked to the bone. Miss Faye, what do you think? Is there something important in that testimony just now?
Well, yeah. This is it, Mia. New information you've been waiting for.
Of course it's important. No, this cheap umbrella is more than important. It's vital. I want to officially have it entered into the testimony.
How perfectly fitting.
Flimsy information for a flimsy lawyer. He was soaked, he couldn't handle electricity like that. The court agrees to the defense's request. Witness, please add the bit about the cheap umbrella to your testimony. After I shoved him, he fell down on top of the cheap umbrella. Don't think so. Why didn't you testify about the umbrella from the very beginning? There's so many holes in this. Come on, if I had mentioned that, I would have been able to counter the prosecution's arguments earlier. What do you mean by that? Take another look at this crime scene photo. According to Mr. Wright, the victim fell on top of his umbrella. However, if you look closely, the umbrella is nowhere near the victim. Actually, it's by the electrical pole. You're absolutely right. The conclusion here is obvious. After the defendant left, the victim moved from where he fell. In other words, after he was pushed by the defendant, Mr. Swallow was still alive. No! Good joke, Barry. All the cases Payne is a part of are so flawed, it's painful. Order, order, order. The victim, he moved? Mr. Payne, are you telling me that zombies are real? The umbrella in this photo, where is it now?
Well, it was collected by the police at the crime scene.
I want to present it as evidence immediately.
Umbrella owned by the victim found broken near an electrical pole at the crime scene. But the umbrella could have simply been blown there by the wind.
He said he laid on it, though.
According to the testimony, the victim fell on top of the umbrella. There's simply no way it could have been blown there by the wind.
Yeah, but... I know this matter of the umbrella seems relatively trivial, but as long as the smallest doubt remains, I cannot render final judgment. No! I must say, I still find it hard to believe that a huge hole has been blown in the prosecution's case by that defendant's testimony. Phoenix's testimony. The victim fell on top of his umbrella. There was a loud sound when this happened. Well done, Mia. Oh, Mr. Payne, what are you chuckling about?
Pardon me, Your Honor. It seems I was expecting too much of a free ride. It was foolish to think I could establish guilt through cross-examination alone.
Don't say that word. Only Miss Von Karma can say that word. She has a copyright on it. I'm afraid I don't follow what you're saying.
Let me guess. You have another witness.
Exactly. And this witness's testimony will be incontrovertible.
Oh, well, who is this witness?
Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Dahlia Hawthorne? You don't mean Dolly? Don't call her that.
I do, Your Honor.
The defendant's very own lover is a witness to the whole thing.
That's right. She was at the scene of the crime when the murder took place.
What?
I'm sorry to break the bad news to you, my dear.
That was cool. I liked that. That was cute. That was cute of Mia. Bad news? You couldn't be more wrong.
Actually, I've been waiting for this. You can't be serious.
Mia, what do you mean by that? I think this is a good point for us to stop at. Court will now enter a 20-minute recess. Afterwards, we will listen to the testimony of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. April 11th, 11:52 a.m. Aw. Miss Faye, I'm sorry about what happened back there.
It's alright. You told us the truth in the end, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, So I guess I can start to relax then, huh?
Relax, my boy. You can't be serious after hiding such important facts.
But the next witness is my Dolly, right? She'll save me, I just know she will. Why do you think that? Huh? What do you mean? She's the love of my life, that's why. The love of your life, huh? Would you mind telling me more about you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne? Sure, no problem. Dolly and we first met about 8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse. What a meet cute. What's up with Phoenix meeting all his lovers in courthouses? Actually, I'm starting to be a lawyer on the side. Anyway, one day she and I just bumped into each other in the reading room downstairs. That's why I really think it was fate that brought us together. As soon as I first set eyes on her, I knew she was the one for me. Oh, here! Take a look at this! She gave this to me the day as we met as a symbol of our love. She had been wearing it around her neck that day, but then she took it off. But before she gave it to me, she said, "I want you to carry this."
So she gave it to you as a present, I see.
This darling little bottle is filled with memories of my darling little Dolly. It certainly is a little bottle, all right.
Does she consider that casual attire?
It makes me happy. I show it to everyone I meet. I want to share my happiness with the whole world. He's so sweet and innocent. He's so sweet. He's so cute. What the heck? A small bottle necklace given to Wright on the day they met. He shows it to everyone. He's so cute. Anyway, so after that, you and Miss Hawthorne started dating? Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now.
What a strange girl, asking for a present back like that. I want to pinch his cheeks.
By the way, Mr. Wright, the day you first met Dahlia Hawthorne 8 months ago, it wouldn't happen to have been on August 27th, would it? Huh? Yeah, it was! But how did you... This happened on August 27th, right here in this courthouse. What's this, a newspaper clipping? Let's see. Murder in the courthouse? Murder?
What are you reading there? Let me see that.
Oh, I see.
Mia, I think I understand what you're trying to say. And I think I understand why you suddenly took such a keen interest in this case. Ooh. You believe there is some connection between these two cases. Am I correct?
An article from August 28th, almost 8 months ago. Ooh. Hope you don't mind, Mr. Grossberg. I need to finish this myself. This is such a cool tutorial case. I love it.
Yes, but I'm afraid that what you have will not be enough, my dear. I'll go and have a look in the downstairs reading room and see what else I can find.
Thank you.
I want to do whatever I can to be of help to you, Mia. Well, it looks like recess is over. It's about over. We'd better all get moving.
I guess so. That recess sure seems longer than 20 minutes, though.
To be continued.
Ooh. April 11th, 12:13 p.m., District Court, Courtroom number 2.
Court will now reconvene. Mr. Payne, please call your witness.
This next person is someone who witnessed the crime as it happened. The prosecution calls Miss Dahlia Hawthorne to the stand.
She's so pretty.
She's so pretty. Oh, look at the butterflies!
Oh, she's so cute. What's with this stiff silence?
In my long career as a judge, I have been deceived by many witnesses. It's my job to doubt, to take no one at their word. But in your case, I must admit that you radiate a glow of complete sincerity. Okay, Judge.
Oh, she so did it. Oh, 100%. But look at her. She's so cute. She's so pretty. Look at all the butterflies. I can't believe he actually said that. Oh, now then, witness, could you please state your full name? Don't worry, sweetie. There's no need to be nervous.
If anyone says anything rude, you can be sure I'll cut them right down to size.
And I will bash them with my gavel. I love how they look straight at me when they say that.
Thank you for calming my nerves. You were all so nice. I almost feel right at home.
Not at all. It was nothing. If we may move on now, what is your full name and occupation?
My name is Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a junior in literature at Ivy University.
She's so did it.
I just want to say, it's an honor for me to be here in your noble presence.
The honor is all mine. No, the honor is all mine. Well, we know whose milkshake brings all the boys to the yard. Okay, Mia.
Sir?
Is there something I can help you with? You just go on and say whatever's on your mind.
I'm sure that there must be some kind of mistake. Feeny wouldn't kill anyone, I just know it.
Yes. I can see why you'd say that. She's gonna be a tough witness, alright.
It only took her 12 seconds to wrap them all around her little finger.
Now then, please proceed with your testimony. Let's hear about what you witnessed on the day of the incident, if you please.
What I witnessed. I had been planning to go back to Feeny's place after class was all over. Feeny and Dougie, they were talking behind the building. And suddenly, Dougie got all wobbly and just collapsed. That's when Feeny noticed that I was there. I went to go and find some other students and they called the authorities.
Never mind, she's good in my books if she's helping Phoenix. I don't know what to say. According to you, Miss Hawthorne, the defendant didn't do anything wrong.
Young lady, as old as I am, even I recall how hot the flames of young passion can burn. Nevertheless, it is my job to discover the truth. Please tell us the truth. But I would never.
That's more than enough, witness. I won't allow this to continue. What do you mean by that? Please just let me proceed with my cross-examination, Your Honor. I, for one, don't plan to win my case on a bunch of paper-thin lies.
You haven't changed one bit.
Oh, they got a history.
Mia Fey.
They got history. They got beef.
What's this? So, you two are acquainted?
Yes, we've met before. Once. In any case, Miss Fey, the floor is all yours.
It's good to see you again, Madam Fey.
Madam? I'm no one's grandma yet, girlie. And Mia, it will never happen. You're going to die in a couple years. What I witnessed. He collapsed. No, it's because she ain't no narc. Are you saying that the victim just collapsed on his own?
Yes.
In other words, the defendant never touched the victim. Is that right?
I was watching the whole time. Feeny never did a thing to Dougie.
I press her for no good reason. I just know the judge will get angry with me. So what should I do about her testimony just now? Well, she's lied, so... Feeble lies are not very becoming, Miss Hawthorne, so let's drop them, shall we?
What? I would never.
Oh, she's trying. She's so cute.
Miss Fey, I will not allow you to badger this witness. I believe the defense is engaged in a fishing expedition. That is, she has no supporting.
Please don't glare at me like that. I'm just doing my job. How did the butterflies get there? She came into this world with butterflies surrounding her. She's a Disney princess. Now then, Miss Hawthorne. The defendant's palm print was found on Mr. Swallow's leather jacket. It has already been shown that Mr. Wright did in fact push the victim.
What?
There's no need to try to cover for the defendant. It would be much better if you came out and told us the whole truth. There's nothing to worry about, young lady. Just tell us everything that you saw.
Yes, Your Honor. I will, if you don't mind. I'd like to revise my testimony.
Looks like we're finally getting somewhere.
Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie. It didn't look like they were fighting, and I didn't hear anything unusual either.
Liar. Liar, liar, liar. You say you didn't hear anything unusual? Is that correct?
Yes, that's why I was very relaxed, looking at the scenery around me.
That's nice, but I find that just a little odd. I have here the testimony of your boyfriend, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And he clearly testified to the effect that when he pushed the victim, he heard a sharp, loud noise.
He said that?
If you were really that close to the two of them, why didn't you hear this noise as well? Hi. The hair flip, Mia knows she's serving right now. So true. She knows she's the hottest thing in this courtroom right now. Well, maybe the noise just wasn't all that memorable. But according to Mr. Wright's testimony, it was a sharp noise, like a snap. There's no way a noise like that could fail to make an impression.
May I have a moment to answer?
But by all means.
I know the reason why I didn't hear the noise. You see, the truth is, I had my headphones on and I was listening to music at the time.
I'm the only one serving right now. This is so embarrassing. Headphones? You mean that both of your ears were covered?
The rain was just beginning to let up, but it seemed as though Thor wasn't ready for his fun to come to an end yet. So the sky continued to flash and rumble.
Thunder and lightning, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid of the sound of thunder, so I put my headphones on to block it out.
Well, Your Honor, as you can see, there weren't any contradictions in her testimony after all. Wait a sec, Mia. That testimony just now. She said something that would totally change this whole case. She didn't hear anything. She was listening to music. There was lightning. Yeah, there was lightning. That's weird. Your Honor, there is a problem with the witness's testimony. Yeah, no, there was only light rain. Yeah. What do you mean? Didn't you notice? She said there was lightning, correct? Yes, what about it? Well, lightning is actually a large discharge of electricity in the atmosphere. Am I right? Now's not the time for a science lesson, Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor. Anyway, since the cause of death was electrocution, isn't it possible that the victim died from being hit by a bolt of lightning? Oh, I must admit that the thought had not occurred to me. Just what kind of thoughts do occur to this guy anyway? This entire case is built on the premise that Mr. Doug Swallow was murdered. But that very premise itself is mistaken. The defense believes that Mr. Swallow was, in fact, the victim of a stray bolt. That's a stretch. It appears the defense may be onto something. Could it be that the death was actually accidental? Alright, you did it, Mia. I'll be taking that not guilty now if you please. I'm hurt that you have such a low opinion of me, Miss Faye. Huh? I'm not a fool, you know. The prosecution has done its research, Your Honor. His hair was normal and he wasn't hurt. We found that there were no lightning strikes on that day at that location. What? What's more, we have evidence that the electrical cable is definitely linked to this case. Evidence, Mr. Payne? Well, what is this evidence? This affidavit. And who is this affidavit from? The pharmacology students who were conducting experiments in their labs that day. Allow me to read out to the court the testimony of the pharmacology students. All equipment in the labs lost power all of a sudden at around 3 p.m. that day. Was it a blackout? All the lab's equipments were running on high voltage, Your Honor. So you're saying the equipment lost power because...
Precisely. They lost power because of the severed electrical cable.
Why was he unaware of the weapon then? That's what I was just thinking. Like, why did Mia have to prove what the weapon was if he has an affidavit about the electrical cable?
The power outage occurred at approximately 3 p.m.
Which fits the time of death listed in the autopsy report.
Exactly. In other words, the victim died as a result of touching the severed electrical cable.
By the way, 3 p.m. Phoenix was eating, so exactly.
He's innocent, Your Honor.
According to the students, the cables were very old. They were planning on having them replaced in the near future.
I see.
Apparently, the cables had become so brittle that even the smallest bump would have caused them to break.
The old power cable broke due to some sort of impact on April 9th at 2:55 p.m.
However, there is one thing that troubles me. If the cable could have been broken by any small bump, then it wouldn't have snapped if it had been bumped into, correct?
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Miss Faye, do you have any thoughts regarding the cause of the severed cable?
Your Honor?
I don't like how this is looking one bit. I have to come up with something to try to regain some momentum. If it pleases the court, the defense would like to state its opinion.
Well then, let's hear it. Who or what is it that caused the cable to break?
Probably Phoenix, right? Your Honor, please think back to Mr. Wright's testimony.
The defendant's testimony?
He said that after he pushed the victim, he heard a loud, sharp noise. Now, this happened at around 3 p.m., correct?
Yes, that sounds right. Oh, wait. Are you saying that
the lab equipment lost power at 2:55 p.m., which fits right in Mr. Wright's timeline? In other words, it was Mr. Wright's shove that caused the power outage.
Yes, the prosecution also came to that same conclusion. And it was that very shove that caused Mr. Swallow to be electrocuted.
I'm afraid I can't agree with you there, Mr. Payne.
What's that supposed to mean?
Take a good look at where the victim landed after being shoved.
See the umbrella? It's by the electrical pole.
That's right. The victim banged into the pole as a result of being pushed. It was that impact that caused the cable to break.
Well, that makes sense. And when the victim was electrocuted...
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but no, it doesn't make sense at all. If the victim was shoved into the far pole, then he couldn't have been electrocuted by this severed cable in the foreground here.
Ah!
In other words, someone other than my client must have electrocuted the victim.
Order! Order in the court!
The lamentations of my enemy. How I've longed to hear them. Lamentations.
It's true. The defense is absolutely correct. There doesn't
Mr. Judge, sir? May I say something? The Madam Attorney's explanation. She said some things that are a little different than I remember them.
What?
What the?
Please, just once more. May I please testify one last time? Please, Mr. Judge?
Of course it's alright! Oh my gosh, this judge. Just go ahead, right ahead and give your new testimony.
This is it. She's finally starting to show her true colors.
No, you narc. When I witness part 2.
The truth is, Feeny pushed him twice. The first time was into the electrical pole. That's when the cable broke. Then Dougie tried his best to run away from him, but Feeny caught up and crashed into him from behind. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted. It all occurred in less than a minute.
So after being shoved, the victim got up and tried to run away?
And that is when the defendant pushed him for the second time?
I'm so sorry, Feeny, but I just have to tell the truth. Am I doing the right thing? Am I, Mr. Judge?
Of course you are, my dear. As painful as it may seem, you are.
I don't think so. I think she's a dirty liar. Now then, Miss Faye, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Kill her.
Miss Hawthorne, previously in your testimony, you said the following. Actually, I didn't see the moment he pushed Dougie.
I know. I'm sorry. I wanted to protect Feeny.
So that's why you basically lied to the court?
I was a bad girl, I know. Mr. Judge?
Yes?
Would you please forgive little old me?
No, of course he won't. What you did is called perjury. Oh, come now. It was just a little old white lie. This judge is the worst. We'll forget it this time. But please be more careful from now on, alright?
Oh, thank you so much, Mr. Judge.
Not at all. The judge had better be more careful himself. Dark Alley is friendlier than that girl. Ugh. The cable snapping and Dougie being electrocuted, it all occurred in less than a minute. Did it? I don't think so. I don't think so. He's 49? Oh my god. The prosecutor for this trial, veteran lawyer, was a little too much confidence. That's enough, witness.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
You will in a minute. Could you please take a look at this picture?
Oh, that medicine. That's the one Feeny likes to take for his cold.
It's not the medicine I want you to look at. It's the wristwatch. It stopped at the precise time the victim was electrocuted. In other words, 3:05 p.m. Yes, and your point is, Miss Faye? My point is this. What time was it when the lab suffered that power outage due to the cable snapping? Well, according to the student's testimony, the answer is clear. It was 2:55 p.m. Ow! Would you care to explain to the court, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne, what exactly happened during this 10-minute interval? The defense proposes that it was during this interval that the real murderer killed Doug Swallow. Oh, order in the court! What's this all about? This is nonsense. The real murderer? Even you can't deny that the time between the cable breaking and the electrocution are completely unaccounted for. Then who was it? Who else are you saying could have done it? There's only one person who could have murdered Mr. Swallow. Only after my client had left the scene was there a window of opportunity for the real killer. Miss Faye, is the defense ready to indict someone as this real killer? It's finally time. This is the moment I've been waiting for. Yes, Your Honor. We are ready. Very well, but remember, if you accuse the wrong person, you'll be penalized. Think very carefully before you speak, Miss Faye. Now then, Miss Faye, let's have it. Who is this real killer? It is Marvin Grosberg. Well, out of all of these, there's only one correct answer that would make any sense at all, and that's Dahlia. We haven't met enough people to accuse anyone else. It could only have been you, Dahlia Hawthorne.
What? How could you?
The defense is grasping at straws. 10 minutes passed between the time the cable broke and the time of the electrocution. What exactly were you doing during that whole time, Miss Hawthorne? Were you really listening to some music while cheering them both on as they fought? I find it hard to believe that you didn't lift a finger to stop the men dearest to you. Order, order, Miss Faye! What I mean, why, that is to say... Miss Hawthorne, I believe you did witness the two men fighting that day. However, after Mr. Wright pushed the victim and subsequently left the scene, It was you who pushed Mr. Swallow to his death by your very own hands.
How can you say something so mean, Madam Faye? I didn't do anything.
Miss Faye, this is a very serious charge. Are you... Oh. Your Honor, but please, I have something I want to say. What is it? Please strike everything the defense said just now from the record. Ooh. What the... Are you daft? You're totally wrong, Miss Faye. Dolly, she couldn't do something like that. Oh, Mr. Wright, get back in your seat. Bailiff, grab that man. Leave my Dolly alone. That boy. He's gotten himself in way over his head. Oh, Mr. Grossberg, you're back. It seems I've arrived just in the nick of time. I found the police report on that incident in your newspaper clipping. A report on the incident 8 months ago. Police report added to the court record. Thank you so much. This is exactly what I was hoping for. Can I read it? Incident overview. Location, District Courthouse, cafeteria, date time, August 27th, 4 p.m. Victim, Diego Armando, age 28. Occupation, lawyer. Suspect, Dahlia Hawthorne, age 19. Details. Armando ingested poison while interviewing the suspect regarding another case. Traces of poison were found in the victim's coffee cup. No poison was found in the vicinity or on the suspect's person. It is unclear how the poison entered the victim's coffee cup. Interesting. This is exactly what I was hoping for. You'd better take a good look at it. It, details how you came to lose your boyfriend. Oh, Mia. Oh. Now then, the defense has made a very serious accusation. Mr. Payne, what do you have to say about this? Well, really, Your Honor, Oh, it's all connected.
May I interrupt you for just a moment, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yeah, don't you worry, my dear. I have this situation well in hand. Go right ahead.
Madam Faye, are you seriously accusing me of killing my sweet Dougie?
Yes, I am. Not only am I saying you murdered Doug Swallow, but you also tried to pin the whole thing on your current lover, Phoenix Wright. I told you that you should let me handle this. Sorry, but please go ahead.
How can you say that? I'm absolutely devoted to my dear Feeny. The notion that I would try to frame him is ludicrous. This is all just too much for my poor little me to bear.
I believe that the girl is trying to ask what on earth her motive would be. The answer to that lies somewhere in this police report. It must. 8 months ago, an incident occurred in the basement cafeteria of this building. And then, the same day, the two of them accidentally met. Your Honor, the defense requests further testimony from Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Further testimony? What about the events of the day when she first met the defendant, Mr. Phoenix Wright? What could that possibly have to do with this case? The witness claims that she had no reason to frame the defendant. Am I correct? Well, I have evidence that suggests that she, in fact, had a very good reason. Very well, then. The court grants the defense's request. Young lady, would you mind staying on just a little bit longer?
Of course not, Mr. Judge.
Get ready for the battle of your life, Dahlia Hawthorne. Oop. How I Met My Feeny.
I first met my darling Feeny 8 months ago. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. The moment our eyes met, my heart skipped a beat. We've been going out ever since that fateful day.
We're so lovey-wovey, we literally make people sick. It's just jealousy, I think. Thanks, Phoenix. I appreciate the input. Oh, Mr. Wright, do that again and you'll be held in contempt of court. And now we enter the final acts of our little drama. As we used to say in the days of my youth, go get her. Will do.
Let's destroy her.
We will expose your lies. It's like we were destined to meet in this very courthouse's basement reading room. Yeah, that's weird. The courthouse reading room? It's a strange place to meet the love of your life.
That's not true, Madam Faye. After all, Feeny was not only an art student, but he was also planning on becoming a lawyer.
I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you, Miss Hawthorne. What was a literature student like you doing in a courthouse reading room?
This line of questioning is a waste of time. It has nothing to do with our murder case.
Miss Faye, I am warning you. If this has nothing to do with Mr. Swallow's case, I have to remember the judge is on Dahlia's side. I better tread carefully.
Thank you for the hydrate. Your Honor, if you'll allow me some latitude, I think I can establish relevance.
Please ask her to continue on with her testimony. Very well. Well, young lady, I've got a simple question for you. What were you doing downstairs in the courthouse reading room?
If it pleases your honor, the answer is simply this. I had to come to this courthouse to do some research for a paper I was writing. You're a liar. You're a liar.
Miss Hawthorne, you weren't here because of your research paper, were you? Didn't you actually come here for a much more important reason? What is the meaning of your cocky smile in your face, Miss Faye?
8 months ago, right here in this very courthouse, there was another tragedy.
Another tragedy? Do you mean the incident in which an attorney was poisoned? The name of the suspect in that incident is listed here in this report. And that name is Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Dahlia Hawthorne?
Yes, the sweetie pie of everyone's eye, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
She was the prime suspect in a criminal case just 8 months ago. Order, order, order! This is unbelievable. It's true then. The loveliest rose can hide incredible thorns.
Miss Faye, that's not fair.
It's not fair! You can't slander my witness was an unrelated case.
I, Winston Payne, will not allow it. Mr. Prosecutor, I believe I was speaking.
Pardon me, go right ahead.
It's true that about 8 months ago, the police expressed some interest in me.
Express some interest, huh?
Mr. Judge, sir, I know I'm under oath, so I'll tell you the absolute truth. I did not commit the crime that occurred during that incident 8 months ago.
I see. Okay, I've tied the two crimes together. Now I've got to stay on the offensive. Well done, Mia. Oh, you've really lit a fire in my heart and my buttocks. Please stop talking, Grossberg. You are no help. I can hardly tell which is more inflamed, my spirit or my hemorrhoids. If he says hemorrhoids one more time, I'm gonna lose it. The poisoning. Bow, 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 bow.
Fixing something real quick.
Fixing that. There we go.
I met the lawyer who was poisoned to discuss something in the cafeteria that day. I left my seat just for a moment. That's when it happened. From what I heard, it was a liquid poison that is lethal at just 2 teaspoons. Not only that, I heard it was a very special kind of poison.
So you see, I'm innocent. I won't even know where to get a poison like that.
So that's what happened here 8 months ago.
However, as you've heard from the witness's testimony, she has nothing to do with it. I think the defense is just about out of tricks. I'm terribly sorry, Mr. Payne. But I'm afraid the defense has many more tricks up its sleeves today. And I'll be sure to show them to you before the end of this cross-examination. Why does the defense suddenly feel stronger?
Aha, Mia! You're glowing with a true lawyer's aura, my dear. Oh my gosh, she's reached her full potential. That proud posture and self-confidence, absolutely smashing. Yeah, she's a liar. I figured it out. I'm one step ahead of her. Where did she say it? So you see, I'm innocent. I wouldn't even know where to get a poison like that. Oh, would you now? It seems like 8 months ago, you were dating a guy who was a 4th-year pharmacology student. Boom. You wouldn't know how to get that kind of poison. I don't believe you.
What?
In fact, you had easy access to that kind of poison, didn't you? At your boyfriend's lab. Boyfriend? You mean the victim, Doug Swallow? That's right. Up until 8 months ago, Miss Hawthorne was dating Mr. Swallow. And if you'll recall, Mr. Swallow was a pharmacology student at Ivy University. Pharmacology. His laboratory contained highly advanced chemistry equipment. In fact, without such equipment, the culprit could never have obtained such a rare and special poison. Well, Miss Hawthorne, seems you had access to such a poison after all. And then it was a matter of slipping it into the victim's coffee when he wasn't looking. The only person who could have done that was the one sitting at this very table. You.
No!
Order, order, order. Could it be? That's nothing but a baseless
May I say something, Madam Faye?
What is it, Miss Hawthorne?
The amount of poison in the coffee was 2 teaspoons, correct? In order to carry that much liquid, you would need some kind of container.
Well, yes, that's true.
I was searched immediately after the incident took place.
Quite true. In fact, the entire courthouse was turned upside down.
But they didn't find a suspicious container anywhere, did they?
She's right. They even mentioned that in the report. Well, you could have easily gotten rid of something that small.
Excuse me, madam, but this is a court of law. If you're saying that I threw the poison container away, I think you need to show some kind of proof.
Proof? She got me good with that. Provide some evidence or I'll have to disallow this line of questioning, Miss Faye. Unless we can come up with some evidence, we're going to lose this lead. The police conducted a full-body search of Dahlia in the entire courthouse. And yet the container holding the poison disappeared right after the crime occurred. If you're going to accuse the young lady of committing the murder, then where is the container the poison was carried in? What happened to it? Oh, I know. I got it. It was in the necklace. And that's why she passed it off to Phoenix. You were forced to get rid of the container in a hurry, weren't you? And that's why she wanted it back so badly. Oh. And that's why you passed it on to someone that had nothing to do with the case. Someone that you knew wouldn't be searched. Who is this person? Mr. Phoenix Wright, of course. So the defendant was this witness's accomplice? Of course not. She gave the poison to him disguised as a present.
What? But that's...
That's a charming little necklace. Is this a little bottle? It's really quite cute. So what about it? What does it mean, Miss Faye? The day the witness met and fell for Mr. Phoenix Wright was 8 months ago. August 27th. The very same day as the poisoning incident. Under the pretense of love, the witness gave my client a present. All for the purpose of hiding the one piece of evidence that would give her away. What? Are you saying there's a deadly poison in here? No, there's no longer any poison in that bottle. However, I'm certain if the crime lab were to analyze it, they would find a trace amount. No! Oh! Got her. Order in the court. We got you on 2 counts of murder, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Order in the court. Oh. On behalf of Dolly, I object. Oh, Mr. Wright, control yourself. I won't let you bully her like this.
Oh, Mr. Wright, I thought I told you to stay in your seat.
Mr. Wright, why? Why are you going through so much trouble to protect her? Why? Because I'm madly in love with her.
Oh, geez, Phoenix. He's a major simp. Madly in love? I haven't heard anyone say that in a long time.
Mr. Wright, have you ever thought about this? Why exactly would a woman like Dahlia Hawthorne want to date you anyway?
Ooh, ouch, that's mean, Mia. Ow.
Well, I guess she must be madly in love with me too. Mr. Wright, please open your eyes. At this point in the trial, I think it should be obvious to everyone. The real reason that Dahlia Hawthorne is dating you is she's madly in love with you. To keep you quiet, it's because of the necklace. She wants it back. Dahlia Hawthorne was not, and is not, madly in love with you. The only thing she's after is that bottle necklace you love to wear around your neck. My necklace? Back there in the waiting room, you said it yourself. Yeah, but she's so shy. Every time I see her, she always says the same thing to me. Please give it back now.
What a strange girl asking for a present back like that.
For Dahlia Hawthorne, that necklace is irrefutable evidence of her crime. That's why she absolutely had to get it back.
You're lying.
But you never gave it back to her. And to make things worse for her, you insisted on showing it to everyone you met. That's why she... I don't believe you. No, that's a lie! Ugh.
Mia, are you alright? Ah, the defendant, he's getting away! Bailiff, hurry! After him! Mia, are you alright?
Yeah, I think so.
That boy, he went completely insane!
Where's Mr. Wright?
It looks like the bailiff caught him, so he should be back soon enough.
Thank goodness. Oh no.
What is it?
The bottle necklace. Miss Hawthorne's present. It's gone.
What? That's terrible!
Mr. Wright must have grabbed it when he slammed into me.
Foolish boy. That's the only thing that could have saved him. What in the blazes are we supposed to do now? Mr. Wright, this sort of behavior is unprecedented in the history of this court.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid that your apology is not enough. Mr. Wright, what did you do with the bottle necklace?
Forgive me. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just give back the necklace.
You did what? I ate it. What? Why? You what? You ate it? It was too big to swallow, so I had to chew it into little bits first. But yeah. What is he doing now? What is wrong with him? Your Honor, you've got to stop the trial.
Mr. Wright, are you feeling okay? Does your stomach hurt? That bottle you swallowed may have had poison left in it. It seems
The defendant has proven the prosecution's case for us. Clearly, that bottle did not contain a deadly poison.
How can you be so sure?
I think that's obvious. As you can see, the defendant is still very much alive.
It'd be so funny if Phoenix just dropped dead and he's like, oh, well, never mind.
As for the poison, more like a fledgling defense attorney's overactive imagination.
So it would seem.
No, there must be some mistake. The bottle must not have had any poison left in it. Either that, or the poison must have lost its potency. There. It's alright, rookie. Trusting your client is the most noble thing a defense attorney can do. And it's heartwarming to see that you place this much faith in Mr. Wright. But that's how it is for us on the prosecution side, too. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. Which is why I can state that your assessment of her is completely wrong.
That's enough. Unfortunately, Miss Fay, I cannot accept your explanation of the events.
But why?
This may be impossible for a beginner like you to understand, but in a court of law, evidence is everything.
Ugh. Even after I proved so much, is she gonna get away with everything?
Well, now that the suspicion surrounding Miss Hawthorne has been cleared up, I would like to proceed with the trial.
Mr. Wright? I'm sorry, Miss Fay. It totally slipped my mind. I'm really, really sorry. I know you believed in me, and I feel like I really let you down. Mr. Wright, what are you trying to say?
There's something I forgot to tell you.
What is it?
That day, the day I met Doug Swallow. That girl, you shouldn't see her anymore.
Hey, it's none of your business.
I'm telling you for your sake. If you continue to see her, it's going to be bad news.
You're lying.
Just listen to me. There's something you need to know about that girl. Last night, someone stole poison from our lab.
Oh.
Poison? The same thing happened 8 months ago. A drug sample was stolen. She came to the lab that time too. It could only have been her. That girl is a thief.
Stop it!
Don't talk about her like that.
Oh.
Is it true? Did he really say that?
That's ridiculous!
There's one more thing. After I pushed him that day, I got worried and came back to have a look. And she was there. Dolly was right there. Oh. She was crouched down next to him.
What?
She told me not to ever tell anyone about it, but I'm sorry, Dolly.
Oh. Your Honor, the defendant is...
Miss Fay, you tell them. Dolly didn't do it. She's innocent.
Oh.
So Dahlia stole poison 8 months ago too, huh? Put that together with Mr. Wright's testimony, and there's only one possible conclusion. The defense believes that Miss Dahlia Hawthorne stole some poison on the night before she killed Doug Swallow.
The night before?
Naturally, her motive for stealing it was to kill someone. Miss Fay? If you're so certain of your theory, then let me ask you this.
Yeah, this is your last chance. Think carefully now.
There's something that she desperately wanted to get back. Therefore, exactly who was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne planning to kill? Marvin Grossberg, like all of us. It's gotta be Phoenix, right? If she wanted the necklace back. There was one person that was standing squarely in Miss Dahlia Hawthorne's way. And that person was... Mr. Phoenix Wright.
Me?
That's preposterous! After all, it was Doug Swallow that was murdered.
Well, it's true that that's how things worked out.
But let's remember that Mr. Swallow died of electrocution, not poison. The person that Miss Hawthorne was planning the poison was in fact... you. Phoenix Wright. There's no one else that it could be.
But how can that be? I thought Mr. Wright and Miss Hawthorne were in love.
Are you telling me love isn't real, Mia Fey? Poor Mr. Wright, this must be killing him. Hang in there. I'll bring her to justice, I swear it. Aw. As I said before, the only thing Miss Hawthorne truly cared about was the one piece of evidence linking her to that incident 8 months ago. That's right, the bottle necklace. That's all she cared about. But even so, why would she go so far as to murder him? 8 months ago, just after the fall of that attorney in the basement cafeteria, Dahlia Hawthorne could only think of one thing. How to get rid of the bottle necklace as quickly as possible. No, it can't be. It was a pretty good move she made too. The evidence was missing for a long time. There was just one big problem. Although she got him to hide the evidence, Mr. Wright refused to return it to her. To him, the tiny little bottle was a cherished treasure. He even showed it to everyone he met. Aww. You mean, that's why she tried to kill Mr. Wright? Correct, Your Honor. It was to retrieve that piece of evidence. That can't be true! Aww.
Feeny, what a joke you are.
Ooh.
Honestly, how can any woman ever count on you for anything? I even told you time and time again to keep your trap shut about me and that necklace. You disgust me.
Miss Hawthorne! It appears that we're nearing the end of this trial.
Fine. I can tell you plan on making me into a criminal no matter what I say.
You are a criminal, Miss Hawthorne.
We'll see about that. But first, where's your evidence? It seems your sniveling little crybaby of a client has eaten that bottle as a snack.
Well, hey, old man, are you senile or something? Why don't you say something instead of sitting there with that dumb look on your face? Miss Hawthorne, what's happened to you?
Are you really that shocked? Or do you prefer me? This way, Mr. Judge.
Oh, she's so scary. I love her. She's so evil and scary. I love her so much.
With absolutely no proof, you treat a voluntary witness like she's a mass murderer. Well, I have nothing more to say. I'll be heading home now if you don't mind.
But we're not finished.
Fine. And ask this nasty old hag to finish up already.
Ooh. That face of hers is so spooky when she shows her true colors. 100%. Can't let her get away this time. Stop, Mia. You keep on pushing without any evidence. You could pay the ultimate price as a lawyer. The ultimate price? You'd be forced to take off your attorney's badge forever, I'm afraid. Jeez.
No.
You'd better think it over carefully, Miss Fey. Or should I say, Miss Gray. Well, Miss Fey, can you provide evidence that would establish her guilt once and for all?
If I mess up here, my career as a lawyer is over. But to be honest, at this point, I don't have any evidence that's well-founded.
Even so, I'd rather lose my attorney's badge than let her get away with murder. Yeah, Mia! Your Honor, the defense would like to present proof. Scary. Impossible, you can't possibly... Stupid woman. It is the opinion of the court that there has been enough discussion. Therefore, I'll only allow one piece of evidence to be presented. Just one? Definitely saving again. If you are unable to establish her guilt, then I'm afraid that a very harsh verdict will immediately be handed down on Mr. Wright.
I understand, Your Honor. I can just imagine the headlines for tomorrow's paper. Up-and-coming lawyer plummets to earth before she gets the chance to soar.
She was planning to poison Mr. Wright. If that's the case, then the poison was probably in there. Well then, Miss Fey, please present your evidence. I love how he says, yeah, I get one chance, but it only penalizes me 3.
Show to this court irrefutable proof that Miss Hawthorne was planning to poison Mr. Wright. Murder in the courthouse. Very little information is being disclosed at this time, since the victim of yesterday's incident in the district courthouse cafeteria is said to have been a lawyer. However, police are questioning the 19-year-old female college student who was sitting with the victim.
Oh, what if she put the poison in the cold killer?
Here it is, Your Honor. The evidence that will prove her guilt once and for all. Cold Killer X? Phoenix Wright's beloved cold medicine?
Does our rookie defense attorney have a bit of a cold?
If I did, I still wouldn't take this cold medicine. After all, it's been poisoned. What?
Remember what the defendant said in his testimony?
But I lost my bottle of it around lunchtime on the day of the accident. I always eat with Dolly, just the two of us. She was the one who took his bottle of Cold Killer X. Then she poisoned it, knowing that Mr. Wright was going to take some. Now you're really grasping at straws. After all, it was the victim, Doug Swallow, that was holding the medicine. I would like the court to recall the crime that happened here 8 months ago. Where did Miss Hawthorne hide the evidence? What are you talking about?
8 months ago, the poison was hidden in her bottle necklace, which she then gave to someone else for safekeeping.
Someone she had accidentally run into in the reading room. My client, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yes, that's right. She did the same thing this time as well. After shoving the victim, Mr. Phoenix Wright left the scene of the crime. That is when the murderer, Dahlia Hawthorne, appeared. With her, she was carrying the poison bottle of Cold Killer X. This, of course, was so she could carry out her plan to murder Mr. Wright. I believe she did testify that she was going to meet with the defendant. Yes, and she heard and saw everything that happened at the scene of the crime, including what the defendant and victim were arguing about, and the cut electrical cable. That's when she realized, I can't allow Doug Swallow to live. She used the severed electrical cable to silence him forever. Unfortunately for her, this is when the problem occurred. Mr. Wright, who she thought had left the scene, came back to check on the victim. And on top of that, because of the power outage, some students showed up as well. It's hardly any wonder that she was, as she put it, in a state of panic. Recall that she was carrying that bottle of poison cold medicine. She must have thought, what if they searched me like they did 8 months ago? 8 months ago? Yes, she disposed of the evidence exactly the same way as she did back then. She had someone else hold it. In this case, Doug Swallow. Ooh.
Oh, come on now, everyone. Surely you aren't fooled, are you? This stupid woman, she's nothing but a filthy, stinking liar. Right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Huh? Yes, that is exactly right. It's just pure desperation. I wonder which one of us is the desperate one. So, Miss Hawthorne, this cold medicine. I wonder if you wouldn't mind taking some? Well, Mr. Wright ate that necklace of yours, right? Now it's your turn to prove your innocence. What do you say? If I'm just a filthy, stinking liar, then there's no need for you to worry. So come on, show us. I dare you to take some of this medicine right now. Mia Fey. Mia Fey. Oh! Do you think you've won? Well, do you, Mia Fey? Ooh. That's just fine. That's so scary. For the time being, victory is yours. For the time being? Well,
I have a very long memory, you know. You and I will meet again. I'm certain of it. Well then, Mr. Judge, I'll see you later too, okay?
Wait, yes?
I'm gonna go spend a little quality time with the men in blue now. I wish you all the best.
Oh, she's scary. Phew, it's finally all over.
I refuse to accept this. The defense hasn't shown a scrap of evidence to support their outrageous claim. Just test the bottle for poison traces. She also kind of confessed to it, but even so, your witness seems to have accepted it. I don't care. I'm Winston Payne, and I don't believe one word that this rookie lawyer has said. Well then, Mr. Payne, let me ask you this. Yes? Would you care to try this cold medicine? What? Just a little earlier, could have sworn you said... There, it's alright, rookie. For example, I would trust the witness, Miss Hawthorne, with my very life. I think Payne should take a pill. Yeah, you trust her so much? Take a pill, go ahead. So if she's so trustworthy, then I'm sure there couldn't possibly be any poison in here, right? Yes. And here comes the back pedal. Come on now, rookie killer. Show this rookie how it's done. How much trust do you really have for this woman? Are you willing to bet your life? No, my hair! It's flying off! My beautiful hair! No! Oh my god. Oh my god, that was great. It seems the prosecutor is now bald. Mr. Payne, about Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Yes, Your Honor. I'll file the papers for her immediate arrest. Tragic, but not surprising. I knew there was something suspicious about her from the very beginning. Oh, I'm sure, Judge. Don't lie. Just admit you were wrong. By the way, Miss Faye? Yes, Your Honor? Was it just me, or did you and Miss Dahlia Hawthorne seem to know each other? 10 out of 10 origin story. Your Honor, whether we did or not has no bearing on this case. Very well. Or Mr. Payne? This can't be happening. It's a nightmare. It's like something that... It appears Mr. Payne has lost his spirit along with his hair. Does the defendant have anything further to say? It can't be true. My dear Dolly. Very well then. I believe I'm ready to pass judgment and bring this trial to an end. The court finds the defendant, Phoenix Wright, not guilty. Yay! 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 The court is now adjourned. Mia, you were wonderful in there. I never doubted you for a second. Thank you for everything, Mr. Grossberg. During the verdict, I thought my hemorrhoids were going to explode like Mount Vesuvius. Please stop. Mr. Grossberg, do you maybe think you should stop talking about them? Please. Please. That's rather rude. Oh my god. Anyway, this case really made me think. What does it really mean to have a relationship of mutual trust with the client? Perhaps if it is we, veteran lawyers, who have lost sight of this. Aww. Oh, Mr. Wright, congratulations. Thanks. I was thinking... Go on. That dolly that I saw up there on the witness stand, I don't think that was really her. What? Yeah, the dolly I know could never have said those kinds of terrible things. Maybe she's like, I don't know, a fake or something. Boy, this poor kid still hasn't got a clue. You need to forget about her, Mr. Wright, for your own sake. Yeah, you're right. It's probably for the best. Also, you need to relax a bit more. Try to grow up a little. But out of all my friends, everyone says I'm the most grown up. Ugh, what kind of company does this guy keep? Right now, I'm studying to become a lawyer myself. That's what you keep saying. But I thought you were in the art department? Well, yeah, I am. But there's a friend that I desperately want to help. Aww. And if I hurry, then I should still be able to save him in time. Aww. I see. Say, Miss Faye, a lawyer is someone who can help people when they're in trouble, right? Mr. Wright, I'm still new at this myself, but I think that's exactly what a lawyer is. Okay, I'm gonna do it. I'll study my butt off. I'll become a lawyer for sure. I hope we see each other again someday. Maybe even in court. Aw, you will. And then she'll die. It's been 5 years since I was acquitted of all charges. I became a lawyer like I planned and managed to save my friend. But Mia has passed on to a better place. Aww. For me, this trial brings up a lot of painful memories. But it also brings up some very precious ones. And memories that I thought would never rise to the surface again. Ooh, Mia's gone now. But even so, I can hear her in my mind. Phoenix, no matter what, always believe in your client. In a court of law, your greatest weapon is your belief. Aw. 5 long years. Something has happened that's made me think back to her words of wisdom. But that is a story for another day. Aw. Yay! Let's start episode 2 before we end stream. Get it started. The stolen turnabout. Ooh. Things are getting spicy. Let's just get the little... The time is 1 a.m. Oop. Detective! We made it! Phew. What a relief. Glad the jewel is still safe. Oh, it's Gumshoe! Ho-ho! You said it, pal. Must have been our rock-solid security that scared him off. Would you mind opening the safe just to double-check? Oh! Okay. Alright. Interesting. Oh. Ah! We've been had! Mask the mask. Salutations. Out front! Guards! Turn on the searchlights! Ha 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 ha! Better luck next time, gentlemen! Whoa! Ha 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 ha! Excuse me, but I'm afraid I must be leaving now! He's flying! Wow! We shall meet again when the next moon is full! Ha 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 ha! Alright. What a start. October 11th, 3:24 p.m. Wright & Co. offices. Man, oh man. Man, oh man. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. Well, it was a nice stream day, Thank you guys so much for joining me. I'm gonna send you off to a raid. Be sure to join that. Send some love over to who I'm rating. It's been a fun stream. Very, very fun. We beat the second game. We're on to the third one. Thank you guys for joining me. I'll see you guys soon. Probably tomorrow, because, you know, daily streams. Oh, what a couple cases we just did. Those were 2 good ones for today we did. Wrapping up the final case of the second game and starting the third game. Excited to continue. I'll see you guys later. Bye-bye!